Good evening. Welcome to the continuation of the December 13th and 15th land use hearing. We closed the public testimony at the close of December 15th meeting. So tonight we are asking for the applicant to provide rebuttal and answer any of our questions that we have. And then after that, we will have staff.
Terrific. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you very much for this opportunity. If we may go to slide 2, I will note as I call out slides, I'll probably just jump into the material so it doesn't take additional time. I also have 2 additional handouts that maybe I'll hand out if that's okay with you at those respective times in the comments. I will lead most of our rebuttal this evening, and then we'll refer to other specific members on our team. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the entire Uplands team. I want to thank each and every one of you for 3 long nights to fully vet this proposal. I also want to acknowledge this remarkable community. We know and fully understand that a change this significant brings out strong emotions from both supporters and opponents alike. But we assure you, that's why we have spent several years and thousands of hours creating the best possible version of this plan. We didn't want to come back before you until we were confident that we addressed the concerns shared with us in over 200 meetings and that we met or exceeded all codes, plans, and guidance set forth by the city. That said, there are a few critical topics that we've heard over the past week we'd like to briefly address or clarify. First of all, this slide here, slide 2, I'd like to focus first on process questions and the details of our plans. Folks, we are here tonight seeking approval of a PDP, rezoning, and Parcel A MODP. We are showing the details of a preliminary plan and requesting zoning based on the comp plan. Parcel A was platted over 100 years ago. For 24 years, it has been in the comp plan. Since 2013, Parcel A has been designated as TMUND. These are 5 parcels openly planned for development that are consistent with the comprehensive plan. I do want to address a few comments about the TMUND. TMUND is a land use category in the comp plan. It is not a zoning category. It is not a detailed articulation of code. The question before you again, returning to that this evening, is the proposed zoning, the PUD, consistent with the comp plan designation for these parcels? The staff report detailed analysis provided that analysis of how all approval criteria have been satisfied. We are asking for no exceptions from the comp plan. But let's focus on those comments and questions about the TMUND, this land use designation category. Although each TMUND neighborhood and community varies in character and is defined by individual environment, there are a number of fundamental features and principles. The principles of TMUND are as follows, and see if these feel familiar. A compact, walkable design, a mixed-use village center, pedestrian-oriented district, interconnected street and block pattern, narrower streets, and a variety of parks. We are meeting all of these fundamental principles. It is the entire basis of our planning. We do certainly understand that people want more or all details of how each parcel will be developed. Councilwoman Smith, Councilor Smith, as you asked, all of our initial and forthcoming ODPs and plat will come back to you as a council. They will all be site specific. As you know, today your standard is 10 acres minimum, but now all initial ODPs will come forward to this council. Because of that request, we have drafted an additional condition for this process. They are in the city attorney's hands and for your consideration, and we certainly support that request. Thus, our pledges that we have made to date are either in the PDP, MODP, or should be added as additional commitments and conditions. Folks, tonight is a zoning exercise. We would be honored to focus on each detail as we move forward. The quantity and location of pools. Is that the right use? The max building length, the lot standards, all of those items we can't wait to address with you. And finally, I would like to acknowledge something that a few of you pointed to. If you feel that we should be showing more details after 4.5 years in this process, we agree. But there's a very important reason that's coming. Through an exhaustive process called Code Forward, your staff has identified the current code's outdated and ineffective areas and have suggested best practices on sustainability and other planning principles. Mayor McNally recently asked, why are water-saving features haven't been incorporated into the new Westminster Code? Those updates are ready for this council coming forward in Code Forward. We want those new strategies, those new best practices incorporated into our site-specific ODPs as we move forward. Lastly, there is one other process-related item that I would like to address. With full respect, it has been mentioned a number of times that there are 10,000 signatures on a change.org petition. But that petition refers to this as a high-density development that will destroy public open space. Folks, we all know that's not true. Those signatures are being requested on a fact pattern that simply doesn't exist. It ignores the comp plan, all guiding documents, and all of the plan designations that we have followed for this site. We are bound by those documents, by all voices, including future residents, to shape this collective vision. Jeff will now address the homes that will be created by these applications.
Thank you, Marcus. Madam Mayor, councilors. I thought I would address directly a few specific questions about housing that you had. I will repeat, our commitment is to a full spectrum of housing, and that includes 300 deed-restricted affordable homes, market rate rental homes, workforce for-sale homes, and more on that in a moment, and then market rate for-sale homes. Mayor Pro Tem DeMott and Councilor Baker both requested a range of square footages. And these are approximate ranges, not commitments, but our best estimates today. On the rental side of this community, that appears to be around 500 to 1,800 square feet on the rental side. Councilor Izziati asked what the average median income would be or within the 300 deed restricted affordable rental homes. There are two affordable housing builders that we've contracted with, and I asked them directly. 240 homes will be for all ages and all circumstances, and those will be within a range of 30 and 80% of AMI. An average, they believe, is going to be around 60% based on past experiences. The roughly 60 homes I reported as senior housing, maker housing made me look like a fool. They've already moved on to something they feel is in more need, which is homes for hearing and visually impaired low-income renters. And that housing will be between 30 and 70% AMI, and they believe the average will be below that, closer to 50%, given past practices. We have drafted an additional condition for these 300 affordable homes, and they are in the city attorney's hands for consideration. Now, on the for sale side, the approximate range would be 950 feet to 2,800 square feet. And that is everything from a cottage through row homes, townhomes, paired homes, through to a single family detached home. You heard David Sinke from Boulder Creek speak about their proven missing middle cottage solution and how these smaller homes attracted everyone from seniors, singles, and young families. The way they put it was the adult children of the people who live in the community already. Boulder Creek has signed an agreement with us to build over 150 of these cottages at the corner of 84th and Federal, softening the transitional edges along those streets. If you'd like to see these attainable by design homes constructed early in the community, please direct your staff to expedite processing the official development plans and the plats. Boulder Creek is under agreement with Uplands currently and is awaiting the green light from this council, as are the two affordable home builders, for two affordable home providers. One note, you heard me say earlier last week that 800 square feet would be the smallest for sale cottage. Actually, Boulder Creek revised that plan to 950 square feet, just felt like it lived better and added very little cost. A few folks during public input referenced some home prices. So I thought I'd give you some 2021 dollars for reference. In 2021 dollars, the average detached home in Westminster was $562,000 or $336 a foot. A Shaw Heights home, a neighborhood that's very close to the Uplands area, was an average of $443,000 or $378 a foot. And then a Bradburn home, we had a lot of discussion about Bradburn. The detached homes within Bradburn were $815,000 average in 2021 for an average of $352 a foot. The only way to achieve housing equity is to build a diverse mix of housing. that will accommodate a variety of buyers, renters, and budgets. Westminster is poised to demonstrate to the rest of the Front Range their leadership in making this a priority for its citizens, just as it did in its 2017 Housing Needs Assessment. Let us bring to reality a new type of community, mixed income, mixed ownership, and mixed use. Important note, while I have addressed specifically the housing questions, Uplands provides far more than homes. It provides public parks, pedestrian and bike paths, and a mixed-use village center. For all those uses, the Uplands mirrors our neighbors and adjoining land uses. Bonnie will address this next topic in particular. Thank you. This next topic in particular. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Bonnie Nijelik. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you all again for your time for this third evening. The next item we wanted to address were several comments we heard from community members about our consistency and harmony with the surrounding community. Today, this surrounding community includes single-family homes, multifamily homes, retail stores, and offices. These existing surrounding uses are located in 1, 2, 3, and 4-story buildings. As we've looked at this master plan the last 4.5 years, we've worked our way from the outside in to specifically address our context. This is why the public land dedication is placed on the perimeter of the community and includes the protection of identified view corridors. This provides easily accessible public parks for our neighbors and creates public open space transitions between the existing and proposed uses and the existing and proposed residents. We also placed like uses next to like uses. Single-family homes are adjacent to single-family homes. Multifamily homes, mixed-use buildings, and office buildings are adjacent to are limited to key locations along arterial streets and adjacent to other multifamily, mixed-use, and commercial buildings, zone districts, and comp plan land use designations. This also applies to building heights. The maximum building heights listed in the PDP and Master ODP are consistent with what is allowed in Westminster Code by building and use type. The plans in front of you include height transitions down away from arterial streets toward existing single-family homes. We have further limited the maximum building height to 2 stories along Lowell Boulevard and Parcel A to further establish a harmonious transition to existing residential homes. We cannot reproduce Shaw Heights that wouldn't address today's very real housing needs or be consistent with the comp plan. The vision established in the comp plan was for a team-on community. Our design focus has been entirely on how we transition and honor the uses around us and how to bring people into and through this proposed neighborhood to existing and proposed public parks and retail spaces. We love Bradburn. The city should be incredibly proud of this community. But looking backward, it didn't contain enough missing middle homes. It's a mix of larger single-family detached homes and apartments. We want to live better and collectively build the 2020 version of Bradburn with sustainability and equity goals and commitments in mind. The PDP and Master ODP provide the framework and development standards that ensure Uplands will be a compatible and harmonious neighborhood. With that, Marcus will discuss water.
Thank you, Bonnie. If we can go to slide 12, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we started with really a recitation of process that you all certainly understand that is before you, but there were many questions from the public. We then talked specifically about the housing. There were questions about the housing that this would produce, and then Bonnie addressed the continuity, the planning from our edges of our adjacent neighborhood. Now I'm going to focus on water and the questions and comments about water. First, I absolutely want to acknowledge the anger and frustration about water rates. Honestly, you all should be commended for the amount of time that you have spent already dedicated to this issue in the first month as this new council. We want to respectfully step back and honor this challenge and frustration. I know folks are just simply trying to pay their bills. We also want to appropriately separate the 2 different issues of supply and rates. I handed out a flyer to all of you, and I handed this handout to you. It's called Growth and Water Rates, How Each Development Project Pays Its Own Way. It was produced in May of 2021, and I'm providing this because I simply want to reassure existing ratepayers about how you work. On the first full paragraph, There's a quote, in Westminster, each developer project pays its way through tap fees. Tap fees help ensure that current water customers do not pay the cost of providing water to new customers and buildings, end quote. Uplands will pay $39 million in water and tap fees. Current water customers will not pay the cost of providing water to Uplands. The next slide here, slide 12, you're all very familiar with. These address the questions of, has water been budgeted? Has it been planned for this site? This is the picture of the water budget for the subject parcels, long before Uplands, long before any of us were here. This is in 2007. There were actual service commitments for over 2,400 units. 2013, it was incorporated in the comp plan for 3,800 units and incorporated to the water supply plan for 778 acre feet. Every version of the city's water plan since has included this reserved budget for the Uplands parcels. It is reaffirmed at every juncture by council, planning staff, and by staff. The next question I want to address is, will this continue? As you all know, the trends have been great in the last 20 years. As population has increased, conservation and water usage in Westminster has actually decreased. In slide 13, if you go here, we want to show again why we actually want to be part of that solution moving forward, becoming a useful and responsible addition to the current ratepayers and the city itself. Here are the 4 ways we are going to provide a more resilient water budget. First of all, we are reducing 3,400 people from the projected number of occupants. We are paying the $39 million in tap fees that I mentioned and $40 million in water infrastructure. Lastly, and as importantly, the homes we are going to provide are use 30% less water than the average Westminster home. Ladies and gentlemen, by approving tonight, you are not allocating a single drop of water because, as you know, water is allocated at building permit. By approving tonight, what you are doing is codifying the water savings for the subject parcels in 2 ways. 1,500 units, that means 3,400 fewer people, less water demand. Secondly, due to WaterSense and other innovative features in our PDP and MODP, we will annually save 32 million gallons less than our reserved budget. That is almost 100 acre feet. Folks, there were a few speakers that addressed a different project, GEOS, specifically focused on Chad Ellington. Chad wanted to personally address these comments this evening, so I'll have Chad do so.
Thank you, Marcus. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I wanted to just take a quick minute to respond to a couple of public comments that were mentioned on another project that I'm working on in Arvada called GEOS. A different partnership group and I formed a group that bought the failed project from a court-appointed receivership in an auction in late 2020. Unfortunately, that project, after more than 10 years of effort in an A+ location and in the highest market demand for housing in decades, that developer's vision of a production scale, net zero, carbon-free, fossil fuel-free, and natural gas-free community just didn't work. Only 28 of 250 proposed homes, roughly 10%, were actually built during that timeframe. And today, there are still 7 vacant lots on the very first block. Despite the natural gas shaming, as I call it, from a couple of passionate residents at GEOS, we're very proud of over a year's worth of effort at this point and our reinvestment there towards reopening one of Colorado's most sustainable communities in our history. The next phases of GEOS will outperform and exceed every single requirement in Arvada's original approvals. I would welcome anyone to come down there and see what we're actually doing. Happy to answer any further questions about that project, and I thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
Thank you very much. Folks, as we talked earlier about process, and I just want to reassure anybody who had questions about that part or the questions about GEOS, we trust this process, we trust this city, and we trust you as elected officials to review the level of detail and the specificity of requirements as we move forward in this process, providing, importantly, that same level of clarity and certainty to our neighbors. Folks, I'm going to now transition to roadways and pedestrian networks and comments and questions that came up about infrastructure, if you will. If we could go to slide 55, please. So again, these are based on the comments that we heard from the public about infrastructure, roadway, and pedestrian networks. This slide that's before you right now is actually the basis of that handout that I just handed to all of you. So I am transitioning now from resource management, water, to the municipal infrastructure improvements in our PDP. Our first detailed discussions we had with the community for the first public comments was the importance of completing our infrastructure network. Safety is always our primary focus. Supporters and opponents agreed on that fact. There are currently no sidewalks, curbs, gutters, path on most of our adjoining edges. We must connect this site to the rest of the existing neighborhood. We are focused on a gridded street network, bike lanes, sidewalks, safety crossings. We want to honor traditional neighborhoods and reflect their edges. Councilwoman Ermella, we hear you on safe connections and other detailed components of the plan. We will bring that forward in each specific site-specific ODP. Thus far, we have followed staff recommendations on our right-of-way layout. We certainly heard your recommendations and will continue to evaluate all best practices. I want to transition specifically to traffic, the handout in front of all of you. This is some information that I wanted to share. These show the average daily traffic and project trips information. This is the baseline information requested by Councilman Baker, and we wanted to be sure and share with all of you. I do want to note from a big picture study about traffic, and I say this mainly for the public. Traffic studies and really understanding the nature of how they happen. They are comprehensive and complicated process and analysis. We have submitted in excess of 800 pages in our traffic report. It is a process. It's not an opinion of the development team. It's not an opinion of the city. Rather, it is an independent third party that delivers and verifies that information. Then that information is peer reviewed by the city. This is not a discretionary subject matter. It is based on dozens of years of complex modeling scenarios, thousands of pages of input and output. From all of that data, from all of this data and much more, deficiencies are identified. Mitigating improvements are then incorporated into our plans. We have never said no to these improvements. What we are asked to do, we incorporate into the planning documents for each roadway and connection. If I can go to slide 130, please. Again, folks, following up on some specific questions as it related to Lowell, I'd like to talk about those mitigating improvements. So slide 130, please. This is an example of mitigating improvements to address traffic on Lowell. On the left side, you see the parking, the bike lanes, the travel lanes, the tree lawn, and the walks, and then a very substantial setback on the east side. But importantly, it is not just roadway improvements, but we methodically address each edge of the community. We holistically kind of address traffic mitigation. If you look at the right side, you look at Lowell, you see that we have placed our parks there. We have put a perimeter sensitivity zone. Finally, frankly, we've removed a lot of units from Lowell. That's the solution for Lowell and how we have mitigated any traffic impacts on Lowell and our surrounding neighborhoods. Slide 72, please. This just gives, and I'll just give a quick example of this, focuses again on more questions or comments that were made on Federal Boulevard. We have been a stakeholder in the Federal Boulevard study and participated in countless meetings with Deborah Baskett and Westminster staff. We have located a multimodal transit hub at 86th and Federal, along with a note in the PDP and MODP that future recommendations from this Federal Boulevard study will be incorporated to future site-specific ODPs. Again, we will follow that stakeholder and the recommendations from that process. I am quite certain the city will have additional comments on traffic and mitigation improvements. Folks, we are almost finished. I'm going to transition to the next subject, which is parks. If I could go to slide 21, please. Again, I think we have two subject matters left. I will address parks. Specifically, questions and comments about parks and the PLD, public land dedication. I am returning to this image, the image that reflects the PDP and MODP applications. I understand and I acknowledge that some people would rather not see any type of development. As a matter of fact, I started every public meeting by saying, I understand that some of you in this room would rather not see any development, but development must occur, and it must occur in the best possible ways. They didn't want to see that change or evolution in the neighborhood. But Parcel A has been planned for development for a century. It is not open space. It does not have a conservation easement on this site whatsoever. This is private property that has been openly planned for development for 24 years. We are not changing the comp plan. We are following the very same process that Church followed as they sold their properties off piece by piece. For the first time here, as you see, in 100 years, the public will actually have access to 47 acres of publicly accessible parks, view corridors, and pedestrian corridors. This may very well be our most important shared responsibility. You heard that from so many consistent commenters, to bring parks to the existing and future neighborhoods. As the comments showed, we have an absolute shared community goal to bring parks and equitable amenities to this area, to this land. So let's focus on compliance here with Section 1168B and the public land dedications. Folks, this shows the details here, how we are complying with the PLD. We are dedicating roughly 40 acres of land and then paying cash in lieu for 24 acres to meet our full requirement of 12 acres per 1,000 people in full compliance with the code. In our presentation, I won't go through it now, we detailed our compliance with this combination. Mayor and council, we simply want to dedicate the proper combination of cash in lieu and land, but it's according to your wishes. We worked with staff for over 3 years to find the appropriate size and scale of these parks. Slide 23, this next slide has frankly been kind of our foundation, our pictorial of our analysis. We made an informed decision focused on the appropriate amount of land dedication and the money to build those parks. If we succeed, as you see here, then 1,300 existing residents will now be within a 10-minute walk to the park. However, we fully acknowledge this is your prerogative. We've prepared to make whatever mix of land and cash that the city deems appropriate. But I want to say something that is addressed by countless speakers. We wanted to bring a proposed solution tonight about timing for parks. There is a universal support for more parks to be built as quickly as possible in these neighborhoods. We would propose respectfully to all of you, instead of dedicating proportionately, plat by plat over the next decade, because that is the process today, we will dedicate the physical land all at once, all 40 acres, upon the approval of a master plat. We will continue to work with staff on this and hopefully bring that plat in 2022. Again, we will dedicate all 40 acres upon the approval of a master plat. Secondly, and as important for that combination, this is really based on the questions from Councilman DeMont and others. At that same time, we will fund all cash in lieu, provided the city establish a special revenue fund or some other way to designate the money. The current council, as we heard from the city attorney, cannot obligate future councils, but the council does have the legal ability to create a special revenue fund where the money for building out these parks could be kept in a separate account, and it's available and ready for this council or subsequent councils to designate that money to construct those parks. We want to fully provide the land and the money to provide maximum opportunity for the city to build parks now, not in the future. We have drafted these additional conditions accordingly, and they are in the city attorney's hands for consideration. Again, we fully understand this is council's purview on the optimal balance. We believe we have collectively arrived at a great plan, but let's accelerate, let's move to build parks in this community. Finally, and in my closing, there is also collective agreement from the community that there is inequitable access to parks in South Westminster. Everyone says it. It is in these neighborhoods where we do not have the amenities and equitable amenities. But if this proposal is rejected, that inequity continues. It completely continues. The most equitable thing to do is to provide parks and housing for the neighborhoods now. Jeff has a few final comments. Thank you very much.
Hello again. And being mindful of time. In closing, I'd like to say that of spending the last 5 years and millions of our own dollars and tens of thousands of hours doesn't prove our commitment to this community and to making sure that it meets the future vision of Westminster, I don't know what else to do. I've been in this business a long time, and I want to make sure I make this very clear. I harbor absolutely no ill will towards anyone who has voiced their opinion against this proposed community. My offer to sit down with anyone remains on the table. In fact, those who oppose us would find we agree on a great many things. First would be equitable access to parks, as Marcus just wrapped up. Second would be affordable and attainable homes, and how there's a massive lack thereof in Westminster. Third would be resource consumption and system resiliency in the face of a changing climate. And even last, I would say preserving farming on this site. Although I would propose we grow food instead of commodity crops on some of those 47 acres of public land. Where we disagree is on the solutions. The only way to fix an historic lack of equitable access to parks and open spaces is to dedicate and build them now. The only way to solve the housing crisis is to build more homes, especially those that work for a broad section of the population. And providing those homes, along with businesses, in this infill location near already established highways and commuter rails is absolutely the best thing for CO2 emissions. We can't pass up infill homes and businesses and keep asking folks to keep driving further out. Equity is a term a lot of folks are using these days. And I will be honest, I am not sure that I have my mind all the way around it. But to me, equity equals fairness. The area around these parcels is a textbook's definition of a systemically underinvested area. Underinvested areas require investment to solve the inequalities. We heard a lot of input that South Westminster residents feel abandoned or ignored. Uplands can help to solve the biggest issues that we heard from public input. We can make a few things more fair in this area. We can build a community that's best for the most and part of Westminster's vision for its future. And we could all do it all while honoring the landowner's rights. The absolute best part is that you don't have to devote any money to this endeavor. All we need is your approval and your direction. If you give us that, I promise we will deliver. Mayor, council, we're not asking for any exceptions to the comp plan, and we've met all approval criteria, and respectfully, I request your support. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll ask council if you have any questions at this time from any. You can ask questions now, if you have some. I don't know.
Counselor, we're prepared to address any specific questions you may have.
Anybody have anything? Councilor Nunmala?
Are these questions just for the applicant or?
Probably at this point in time, and if it does spill over into staff, they'll be able to catch it because they're next up.
Okay. For the applicant, did you have condos planned on the site for another type of housing option?
Councilor Normella, we have multifamily planned for both the village center. And if I could call up slide 57, I think this will make more sense to you. So 57 shows where single family attached would be allowed. And the white area, and the reason I mention this is that you asked specifically about condominiums. The white area on this slide would indicate multifamily, a multifamily only area. And that would include lots of different products, not just large apartment buildings. And I'm glad you asked. I'm going to turn it over to my planner, Bonnie, to talk specifically about the types of homes that would be allowed within that multifamily area, which include condominiums of many sorts.
If we could go to slide 89, that one focuses just on the village center. I think it makes it a little bit more clear. Within the master ODP, we have a handful of different building forms that are allowed in different places that go in a little bit more detail than just talking about detached versus attached versus multifamily. So, sorry, could you go back one? I might have done my math wrong. 88. Yeah, perfect. So orange here is what the limits of the village center is. So the west kind of half of that and the north and south sides of the park is what we call planning area A6. And so that allows the cottages or village homes, the single family detached, the paired homes, townhomes, row homes, and then what we call an edge apartment, which would be maybe like a 12-plex or a 14-plex, kind of a garden style apartment to kind of help create that transition to the solely residential uses to the west. On the eastern half of the village center is what we call planning area A8. So that allows some of the same uses, townhomes, row homes, that same kind of edge apartment, that more garden type apartment that was allowed in the previous section. It also allows for what we're calling a core apartment. So that would have structured parking, a mixed use building, which would have structured parking, ground floor retail, and residential uses above. And then it also allows for single story commercial buildings and multi-story commercial buildings. And then within that, any of those buildings could be for sale or for rent, kind of based on market conditions and what builders are looking for and what buyers are looking for in the future.
The only thing I would add to Bonnie's very competent description is that slide number 10, please. This is a visual description of what Bonnie just said for folks like me that have to see it. Everything from townhome over is allowed in those areas you just asked about. Single family attached, as well as all of those missing middle multifamily forms.
You mentioned that you were committed to doing the affordable housing. In what form are you committing to that?
So I'm glad you asked. We've committed to 300 deed restricted affordable homes. There is an additional condition that we have drafted and shared with your legal team. And those would be 80% maximum AMI. And we would be in conjunction, we would be working on those parcels, on those 300 homes with CHAFA, the state agency. And so I can't tell you all the other details other than that, but that is the condition that's drafted today. And I believe, just so I can head it off, the term of deed restriction is typically between 25 and 35 years, according to both the local housing agency, Adams County, which is Maker Housing Partners, and our individual affordable housing builder. So that is also in your condition.
Okay, so hopefully I'll hear more from staff on that one. Would you be willing to talk to staff more about the putting some level of the attainable housing portion, those 150 units or so, into a maximum AMI of 120? Just to, I heard so many people talk about in support of the project that they would have the opportunity to purchase a home here. And these wee cottages, I looked them up. They're going for $391 a square foot over in Thornton. And they're going even higher over in Superior. And, we all know, well, maybe not everybody knows, but the smaller square footages, you actually get more dollars per square foot on those smaller units than you would as you start to continue to go larger with your homes. So that's the one concern I have about the attainable piece, not really having some level of assurance or of its attainability once it's built.
I completely understand. I think all of us in the industry are trying to solve for what we can do for affordable for sale. As I mentioned before, the average price of a Shaw Heights home, which is 1,173 square feet, very close to what the average size of a wee cottage would be, is $443,000 or $378 a foot. At some point, it becomes very economically infeasible to deliver homes that are cheaper than homes that were delivered. And by the way, the average vintage of that Shaw Heights home was 1963.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Maybe that's a question for staff to follow up on that conversation.
I do welcome the conversation. It's just not something we can make a commitment about tonight. But I will say that we are engaged with land trusts that have this idea in mind. And I think if we were able to have a conversation with the land trusts in tow, we'd have some pretty interesting solutions on the table. And I do welcome the conversation.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to switch to open space real quick. I don't know who. Okay. One, I was just unclear about the urban farming that you keep mentioning versus actual park space. And is the urban farming a temporary solution or is there some idea that a park would be devoted to it?
It's a challenging situation for us, frankly, Councilor Normella, because it is the public's input that will shape the uses that take place within the 40 acres of public land dedication. We can suggest that we think that food production on a small portion of that 40 acres is a good idea given the public input that we've received, but it's frankly only a suggestion because the city staff and yourselves will go through a very complex process to gather the input, design the parks and open space, and then produce them. And so what we would suggest is that we have expertise. We specifically hired expertise in our nonprofit for community farms, and we're happy to help in any way we can.
Okay. One last question. Sorry, guys. Have you done view studies on the area on parcel B, where it's pretty tight? I was looking at this quite a bit, and I'm, with the housing that's planned there, have you done an actual view study to determine if you would actually retain the views? I'm skeptical.
Yes, we have done a view study. It's on, I'll get you the slide. My team will give it to me.
Slide 124. Thank you. Slide 124, please. So Councilwoman, this is a backup slide. Just so everybody understands, we presented backup slides originally with our presentation. So we're not adding new material. This is information that has been in our packet. So slide 124, I believe. This shows, Councilwoman, that very question that you are asking. It's not quite there yet, but it will show, there you go. This shows those view corridors from on the hill looking at the Sunset Park. If you look off to the left, you see the one image of the home off to your left. That shows from where that view is along Lowell. You see on the right-hand side, the lower image. So yes, we do believe entirely that those views are protected and preserved, I should say. And Councilwoman, there was a great contingent of folks that walked these sites and really looked at these issues to try to envision and kind of outline where those parcels and where those clusters of homes would be.
Would you be able to, this isn't quite, I was thinking more of a model. So as you bring the, potentially for this site, could a model be created
Sure.
to ensure that the views are there?
It's an important thing for me just to say sure before I turn to Jeff. So sure, yes, absolutely. I think that's really, and about Bradburn and the connection on LaPlace Court, we know that's a site-specific ODP for parcel B. We can certainly model that as well. Because Councilwoman, you're right, we don't know the end homes, right, that are in that. We know the density of those homes, but certainly we could bring a model to show that.
Okay.
I would just point out slide 47, if I could. These, in slide 47, you'll see that we have essentially modeled it for the best information we have today, Councilor Nermella. And we agree that during the site-specific ODP process for both parcel B, south, and for D, we will model this more completely and bring it to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And excuse me, to follow up on Councilor Nermella's, I mean, that would be part of the specific plan. So we would have another chance at a drink of water with that one, so to speak, because we'd have to prove that. So
Absolutely. We'd
The
bring
good
it back
point,
to
though,
all of
so-
them. Yes.
you know what you're getting into if we get to that.
Fair comment.
So I have a couple things, and you've answered some of my questions as you went through. I appreciate the thorough rebuttal as far as trying to address as many of the questions as you captured. If we look at one of the slides, I'm not sure which slide it is. There's page 1414 in our packet. They show the existing zoning and the proposed zoning. So in that existing zoning, it's RE in 0-1, and your proposal is M1 is what the change zoning is. And so I know you had cited that you're going to decrease 3,400 from the comp plan. Can you tell me, and I don't know if this is for staff or you, specifically if we move to the M1 zoning, what does that change the max density as far as what's allowed there?
Great. I'm going to have Bonnie address that if that's okay.
I'm actually going to defer to staff on that one. I think they could give a better answer because, like you said, our calculations were focused on the comp plan and the vision for this parcel, not the existing zoning that does not align with that comp plan.
That makes sense. So it won't, when we get to staff, you could answer that, but I think it's important to understand what the difference really is when we change any kind of zoning. I have a couple other quick questions. One, and I understand that this is down the road, and this is probably for staff too, but I'm just going to go in the order that I have them written down, and it'll be easier that way. Mr. John Carpenter in his comment had talked about pools, and I am curious because I think there were some changes as far as what water amenities were required by the city before the zone forward. So I'd be curious to hear on that, understanding that that's not necessarily pertinent to tonight, but long term it is. Three other areas. First, I'll do the easy one. ADA, that was brought up. And it sounds like in your rebuttal that there is some level of ADA housing that's going to be planned for the development. I see shaking hands for folks that are just listening and not sitting
Yes,
in the
there
room
is.
with us.
Yes.
Metro District is something that was brought up. Is that something that you guys are evaluating? Because there was some question whether or not you are or not. I think it's fair to say yes or no. That is something you're looking at.
Sure, Councilman, I'm not evading that question. Just to go to your first one about the pool, completely understand that's a question that we go through on that site specific. I think that's also probably addressed in kind of as we move forward on discussion.
Paul Brady, project architect. As far as ADA, it depends on the building type. For the deed restricted affordable, those have a higher threshold of required ADA units, generally around 5%. And then with the other attached housing options, there's a litany of codes, generally requiring between 2% and others, but there will be plenty of ADA options in the housing mix.
Great, thank you.
And then just to do them in order here, the Metro District question, Mayor Pro Tem Demott. As we said at Planning Commission, we believe that's a tool in the toolkit of keeping things affordable in the Front Range of Colorado. It's used in almost every municipality we work in. You guys have a code. We're not technically allowed to bring that forward until we have an approved ODP on a project. So we will be back. It's our intention to put forth the decision to the council on that item, and we'll just weigh the pros and cons with you.
And to follow up on that though, and just so I understand for process, because I understand there's a lot of different tools that you could use as far as funding and stuff that you do in development. Is it required that that's disclosed to people who purchase in this area if that is you?
Yeah, 100%. And disclosure is one of the most important pieces of a metropolitan district. And we do this, as I said, all over the Front Range. And recent legislation was just passed at our state level, requires even further levels of transparency and disclosure, which is the most important thing, so that folks that know that they're going to be in a metropolitan district and they reap the benefits of that district, that they understand where their property taxes are going to be as a result.
Okay, great, thank you. Final last two things. One, sizes of the buildings along Federal, they were listed as 5-story. Is that something that is still could be in flux? I know we heard a lot of concern around that, and there was a lot of measuring this up against Bradburn, which, wrong, right, or indifferent, that was done. So I'm just curious, is there room to make those buildings shorter and have a less of a height requirement or a max?
Mayor Pro Tem Demott, I would say that we look very much forward to incorporating some missing middle housing types into the village center, which would not be as obtrusive in terms of massing, length, and height. And so we look very much forward to that discussion.
Great. And then the last thing, and this is just to clarify what I think I heard earlier during your rebuttal, as far as the mix between public land dedication and cash in lieu, it sounds like if the council were to propose something that was a little bit different mix, you would be open to that. And if I understood right, that largely what's here is based off of what staff told you, has proposed to you and if I followed this right, down the path of trying to get those parks up and running. And I guess the follow up to that is I would be interested in what it would take for us to take the money, if you're paying up front, be able to make a fund so that we do actually dedicate that money to this use.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, that is correct. We understand that you can choose a better mix or a more optimal mix if council so desires. We would support that. You are correct. I think I want to be sure, and I won't go through the analysis from our presentation or rebuttal, that we did go through a very detailed analysis with staff and with the community, really understanding what's happened in other places, what other T1 communities have done. As you recall, Bradburn is at 10%. We are looking at 17% PLD dedication, and also that desire that you saw in that Bradburn plan at 117th and Tennyson, where that park is not built. We don't want to join the additional 60 acres that the city already has and has not built that parkland. We want to build them now. So yes, sir, we'd absolutely like to build as much as possible.
Great, thank you. And the last part of that for staff on the parks, I would be curious to have your view on why that mix was the right mix, and if maybe there's a different mix that you would propose. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One other additional piling on the parks. From the concept map, there are stars located on there for the interior parks. 8, I believe, if I counted those correctly. I understand that's early on. As far as total size of those parks, what would that be total?
Yes, sir. Bonnie will address that.
Thank you, Counselor. 2 things on that. One, there's a requirement that 4% of the land area is covered as private parks. So there could be some that are smaller, some that are bigger, but each planning area we've committed to would have a 4%. And so the stars that you're looking at, I believe, are in the master ODP, showing 1 in each planning area. While that level of detail is not in the preliminary development plan, that requirement exists for the parcels outside of parcel A as well.
Okay, so that would have to be 4% per ODP.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you very much.
We believe it's about 7 acres total, just the straight math.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
That's all I had.
Counselor Izadi.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just had one quick question. On the GL's project background, you mentioned that it didn't work, but you didn't really explain why. You mind giving more details there?
We were trying to be brief. There's a long story. The punchline is that production scale geothermal is the reason that project failed. So that project had two initial goals, which was a net zero single family home on a production scale, so 250 homes, and to be both net zero and carbon free. And so the only way to do that on a residential building is to have a geothermal well for each home, or a geothermal utility on a master plan community scale. The fact is that the economics of that are extremely difficult to make work, and we already have an affordability issue in Colorado, and so that exacerbates an issue. There are, as just proof of the pudding, there are 28 people that were willing to pay the extra, and they live there today. And there's just not a production scale group of folks that, from a market-based standpoint, can pay that extra up front.
So just to follow up on that, but that analysis, the economic analysis and the feasibility analysis, I imagine would have been done before you made that promise, right? You promised to do it.
I didn't make the promise.
Whoever, the developer, right?
Well,
those are known facts, correct?
No. So two different things. The original developer was trying to do all geothermal homes, and sort of started down that road, and then became fiscally insolvent and lost the property to receivership because it wasn't penciling. And so when I bought the property, I promised to make every requirement an absolute and not go back and re-entitle it. So I didn't go back to the Arvada City Council and say, I need to make these changes in your entitlements. I lived within the complete scope of the original entitlements, which did not require geothermal, right? So when you buy something from auction, you sort of inherit what is the underlying entitlements that run with the land and the initial goals, and then you have a new development group that comes in, not necessarily the same goals. So yeah, we changed some of those goals.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Some of my comments were around the TMUND pieces. Some of those have been answered. The 5-story apartments. I went past this site 3 times over the weekend, and forever that I know of, that corridor has been tagged because of its view. And so sitting there, the 5-story apartments and looking at federal and what has to change. So my questions will go to our staff, because with just sitting there, I had questions. Setbacks are important to me, especially I'm in one of those homes that used to back up to the Axtell Farm. And so I had horses in my backyard that came from 96th, and we're on 107th or 108th, and 104th was not yet put through. So I understand when these things happen, what you need to be able to live with the things coming behind you, around you, and those setbacks are critical. And you've got 4 sides and a huge piece with that federal. And so I just sat there looking at those areas, and with that north area, I believe is unincorporated, Adams. So I didn't know how we work with them so that they're not just stuck with their little 1 foot. I mean, I don't even know how you work with their sidewalks. They're so tiny. But just my thoughts as I went around 3 times looking, visualizing this, because I'm a visual person too, and just trying to put it all in perspective. The parks, my thing was going to be the cash in lieu of should stay with the development. And with your proposal tonight, with putting that up front, sort of answers that. And I'll wait to hear from our attorney, but I would think if you're putting that up front, then we're not committing another council. And in some ways, I don't think it's committing if it's in a development plan. And it does make me angry with what's happened over the years with Bradburn, because they were allowed to give cash in lieu of and not do their affordable housing. Well, where in the heck is that money? And where's it gone? Not your problem, but again, my thought process. Also, we bring up the 10-acre minimum, and to City Manager Andrews, that is one that not just with this, but I really would like that 10-acre minimum to come back to council to look at, because we're putting things in places that are insane to me right at the moment. And I believe council should have a say in what crazy things are going in less than 10 acres. So I just put that on the record for another day, but I do believe that needs to happen. As I said, I have CDOT questions I'll give to our staff, and I have another one for staff. So thank you. Is there anything else from anyone? Sorry.
Mayor? Thank you. I do have a couple of questions for the applicant. I overlooked them. Number one is, how many school children do you think will be going to school from this really development?
Councilor Baker, I'm going to jump up just to buy some time while Bonnie looks that up. But
I got the hard question.
yeah, the school district would be able to answer that lickety split, because they model this for us. We give them the information on the types of homes, and then they in turn give us the projections on school children.
Right. And
We're looking for it right now.
And of course, it really fluctuates up and down. Well, as long as you're looking, I'll give you the other one question. If I understood it correctly, you said that this would generate annually $6.8 million for the school district.
Councilor Baker, that was from a third-party study from Economic Planning Systems.
Okay.
And they estimated, along with the other revenue streams that they estimated, working with the school district, that it would be $16.8 million annually that would be added to their revenue stream.
Okay. Is there any, so there's probably no way you can walk me through how they got to 16.8.
I'll tell you what, I could only defer you to Mr. Knutson, who owns the Economic Planning Systems and who spoke here the other evening, and would be happy to answer your questions. Also, I would defer you to Dr. James Duffy of the Westminster Public School System.
Thank you. Oh, she's going to give me the
I wish I could give you the answer. I'm not quite that fast. I'm just asking for a couple more minutes, maybe while staff presents. We don't have the specific calculation in our PDP, since Westminster Public Schools requested cash in lieu instead of land, but I believe I can pull up the numbers and code and do some fast math for you while staff is answering questions or doing whatever, if that's acceptable. Thank you.
Councilor Numela.
I do remember seeing something from Westminster Public Schools, by the way, in the packet. So let's look around. Yeah. So I have to just ask one more question. Is there any flexibility in the open space allotment on parcel B? Because I'm seeing like parcel C has some open space there, but it's not really protecting a view. And, you know, if there's, as you're bringing in an ODP onto, for that parcel B site, you know, if there needs to be some additional room or space in order to preserve the views, that's the one that I think, I mean, I hope to be corrected by the community, but I mean, I think that's the area that of most sensitivity.
Sure. Councilor Nermella, I think that maybe slide 25 would be instructive for us to look at. It outlines the modeling that you mentioned before, and it shows the PLD. I think your question is, do we have flexibility? And I think we'll say it exactly as we said it before. Ultimately, the council decides on the proper combination of public land dedication and cash in lieu of acreage. And so we will comply with whatever the council decides is the best combination. I will mention, as Marcus did, it's been a long trip, 3+ years, and the staff worked really hard with third-party consultants to identify the most optimal, to Mayor McNally's point, 10-acre tracts. And you will notice that that combined is 10 acres. In parcel B, that was a key component. And so the location was along Lowell to take traffic off of Lowell. It also was the Sunset Hill, so to speak, that the public gave the most input about. I will say it was not without considerable design choices. And if that were to be revisited, I would just invite staff into that conversation.
If I may just add slide 24, Councilwoman, I just want to show you specifically, not at all, just one slide up, your question about could PLD be more flexible? Just the two things, the two different shades of green there. The darker green is the the view corridor that is protected in the comp plan, right? And then you see the lighter green is the PLD that we are augmenting there for those views. I will just note, Councilwoman, not at all any considerate what's the public think is more important. Both of that, parcel D and B there, do have those view corridors. So they're important, but I agree with you. You were asking about C. I think these are two integral parts of that view corridor and parkland.
Thank you. And maybe staff, when it's their turn, can just elaborate on how these areas were defined. Thank you.
Thank you. And I went back and forth as far as when to address these questions, because I think some of them are staff related and some of them are applicant related. And could we go back to the height on the Federal Boulevard? I feel like that wasn't adequately answered.
Bonnie, you know the slide for the height on Federal Boulevard. Go right ahead. Just generally address the heights on that. Is that correct?
Yes. So that was a question from Mayor Pro Tem DeMott. I feel like it was kind of skirted. To be kind
Sure. So one of the things, and they're looking for the slide, so we'll pull it up here. Sorry. I just want to address kind of upfront is that, again, with the TMON, we have kind of the guiding principles there, right? And so I think what we are hearing, and please tell me if I'm wrong about whatever we are hearing, is that people would like to see other uses. Condos were mentioned, other type of products that are not just multifamily. So what we're saying, and probably not very eloquently, is those uses have different heights kind of attached to them. We talked more about mixed use residential, right? A multifamily. That does have traditionally higher height there. So that shows this slide, which is slide 60. So sorry, just getting to that image. This shows, again, those maximum building heights. So maybe we should just be saying the first word better, maximum. Like we need to focus, that's the maximum building height. We are hearing feedback, I think consistently, that people are concerned about that maximum height, right? And the relationship to view corridors, right? Just the way, I'm not saying view angles necessarily like we talked about view corridors on the comp plan, but really that porosity, if you will, through the site, really understanding that. I will say, not pushing back about that maximum height, I think the other thing we have to balance is finding that diversity of housing and also supporting a very important transit line at 86th and Federal. So again, it's that right balance, Councilwoman, I think that we're looking for, but we hear you, that's the maximum height, and we feel like we're not getting a lot of support to go to that maximum height.
Okay.
Councilor Smith, the only thing I would add as an urban planner, and I think about this and obsess about it, is I think that height is one factor, but massing is another factor. I think Councilor Normella brought up maximum building length. I think it's a very, very good point. And I think that we're going to be working together to reduce that massing, which is two components, right? Height and width. So that's the only thing I was going to add.
Okay, thank you. And with the transit center at 86th and Federal, talk to me a little bit more about that. I'm assuming that we have, and that was leads into one of my other questions as far as I have heard through public comment that this is not approved by CDOT. Is it? Is it not? And when do we expect this approval?
I'm going to defer to my competent team behind me regarding their work with CDOT. You said it. So what I would say, though, from a non-expert perspective, is that in the PDP and the Master ODP, we have committed from the beginning for a multimodal transportation hub. And so what that means is there are 2 bus stops on either side of Federal now at 86th. There are no sidewalks. There are no safe crossings. So at the very minimum, we're going to make a very amplified bus stop there. That's not where we're stopping. The idea is to provide multiple last mile solutions to get from there to the commuter rail at 70th and Federal-ish. And so that includes rideshare services. We've been working with Uber and Lyft from the inception of the project 5 years ago. What they're able to do today is very different from what they were able to do 5 years ago. It also involves micro-mobility. So you'll see bikes, e-bikes, scooters, etc. I will tell you that what we envisioned as a multimodal hub 5 years ago has evolved quite a bit, given technology that has evolved over the last 5 years. We're trying to remain flexible, but that is the aim, and I'm going to let them answer your technical questions.
So the non-political answer to the question, Councilor Smith, is that CDOT is a referral agency, no different than any other referral agencies. When we go through a preliminary development plan and a master ODP, we are at the preliminary stages. There are, again, no construction documents that are before you tonight being approved. So CDOT provides comments through that process, and Heath can address this even more as we go through the staff review. But CDOT provides comments and then says they have no further comments, basically meaning that we've shown that the concepts will work and that the construction documents are down the road. So while they have not signed the approval for a PDP, that's because it's not a construction document. CDOT has all sorts of access permit requirements and processes that we will follow in the future when construction documents are there. And that's where you would get the final CDOT stamp that says approved for construction. But again, that's a construction document level detail.
Okay.
Does that answer that question?
Yes. And that partly plays into my question about the Federal Boulevard study that was conducted. I know that that's kind of on the tail end. So how does that play into, how does your plans play into what was analyzed in that study?
Thank you for the question. We tried to clarify that in the rebuttal earlier. The answer is that we dovetailed with the federal multimodal study with Deborah Basket at the city, countless other stakeholders, and CDOT through this process for the last 12 months. We've been engaged in a quarterly, monthly update with those folks. We all kind of gave our input on the priorities for our project and the city's goals and CDOT's goals. And we committed in our documents that are before you tonight that we will comply with the future outcomes of this federal multimodal study that the city commissioned with the other adjacent counties. And so while it's not finalized, we have the concept level of that incorporated, and that's what is reflected in our PDP drawings that show the contemplated improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Kind of related onto that transportation aspect, talk to me about Lowell Boulevard, because some of that, I know you addressed it in some of your closing rebuttal statements.
Sure.
But what does that look like as far as sidewalk width within Lowell Boulevard on both sides? Because I know you talked about the bike lanes and then I think it was the parking as well on there. But what about the sidewalk width on either side?
On either side. Slide 130, I think, Councilor, is probably the most appropriate. Slide 130. Again, this is an example of Lowell and the questions that you just asked. I'm going to read them, Councilwoman, as it comes up, if I can. This will be, my eyes see it. But this goes through and details. I do want to state, because I want to address your question. So we show the sidewalk widths there on the east side. So we are not showing, and I actually want to be very clear about this, we are showing that there's a wider sidewalk on the west than currently exists, okay? So thank you for bringing this up. I want to acknowledge that that's a mistake in the image, okay? So what we have been doing with staff is planning from right away over, right? Everything we can touch. As you understand, that sidewalk today is on many people's adjacent to their homes, right? And driveways, et cetera. So there is a much narrower sidewalk, and I'll defer to staff on what that exact dimension is, and it probably changes. We have not yet contemplated changing their other people's sidewalks, right? We have really done it from that edge over and going into our site. So, Counselor, I want to be sure we have not yet addressed that in some detail, right? So I think what we're trying to understand is that balance of going into other people's properties and changing that, maybe changing their driveways, their yards, their grass, all of those things. So that's something we don't have much detail. Bonnie may address a little more, but I want to clarify that on this image here.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing about what Marcus said. We designed from the curb line in and put all the improvements that we could on the upland side, but wanted to maintain the direct flows of traffic across 84th and 88th to not create misaligned street sections. So in addition to not wanting to place improvements on other people's yards that are not within the city of Westminster, we also wanted to make sure that traffic flows through Lowell correctly and not creating misaligned street sections.
Okay, thank you. I believe these questions are then for staff, but I'm going to just throw them out there so that they're out there. And please feel free to ping pong as necessary. There was also public comment about Senate Bill 35. This came up and I'd like to understand what it is and if we're complying, because it was brought up that we're not. So I'd like to understand that. There was also a mention about a project in Denver, sending it to the ballot, and what that would look like for, not that I'm necessarily one way or another, but just it came up in public comment that it would be a ballot initiative and not necessarily a council initiative. So I'd like to understand that. I'd like to understand what is deed restricted versus the benefits of deed restricted versus not having a deed restricted. And then there was also public comment as far as continuation as opposed to a yes or no vote, actually voting on it tonight. So I'd like to understand that and what that would entail. There also was, and I know I'm going through this pretty quick because I'm not sure who to address them to, but I'm just throwing them out there. So if staff would like to address them in their presentation, please feel free. It doesn't need to be answered quite right now. But the other one is people have been bringing up in their public comment that adding this development would add a 10% overage of allocation of water usage. So I'd like to understand well those numbers and where they're getting them from. If it's pulled from anywhere, I'd like to understand where that is coming from. People have mentioned that staff isn't following the TMUN guidelines, such as the setbacks and addition of swimming pools. I know that was brought up by Councilor Baker. I'd like to understand where, when, why, how staff would consider following versus not following those guidelines and what the criteria is for fitting within those parameters. And then my last question is, if we accept cash in lieu, can those dollars go towards any public improvement project or capital improvement project in the city? And can it be used to fund any kind of infrastructure that is required? So I know that I kind of vomited those really quick. So I'd like to understand more. If you have answers now, great. If not, I'd like to understand staff perspectives. If not, we can get to those at a later moment.
I'll do them in order. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to do just a couple of them very quickly and then completely defer to staff if that's okay. The first one I think that you asked, or the second one on conservation easement, another site in Denver that went to the voters. That is a site, probably Park Hill Golf Course, where there is a conservation easement on the site that is owned or was approved through a public process. So they decided to go through a public vote and determine if that land use is going to be changed, then it would go to the voters. So just to be very clear, there is no conservation easement on this site. It is exact opposite in that it's in the comp plan for development. The second one that I can address was the deed restriction question. Deed restriction, I think you mean as it relates to affordable housing. The reason we do deed restrictions, it's actually a requirement of the financing vehicle, which is CHAFA, the State Financing Authority, Colorado Housing Authority. That puts a term of years restriction on the deed restrictions. I believe it's in the mid 30s, and we were, contemplating going longer. So that's a deed restriction. So they stay affordable, basically, right? We are artificially keeping them affordable so they serve their purpose for a term of years, and that's why we utilize a deed restriction. I think those are probably the two we want to address, meaning staff probably has more answers on the other ones. Bonnie, Jeff, anything else, or to staff? We'll defer to staff on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt Counselor Smith's time to answer Counselor Baker's question about school children. So I double checked a couple of different resources, and we're expecting about between 1,315 and 1,950 school children, dependent on what the ultimate project mix might be, how many multifamily homes versus single family homes may be there.
That again, please.
We're projecting approximately between 1,350 and 1,950 children, depending upon the ultimate mix.
So that's a lot of children. Holy, because there are only 5,400 people in the thing, aren't there?
And it'll, vary throughout the course of the community. Kids don't stay kids forever. But that higher number is based on an Adams County average of about 0.82 children per home. The lower numbers are more specific to what we saw from Westminster Public Schools. So again, it'll depend on, the actual mix of homes that are there. The average in Adams County might be bigger than what ends up being here. So wanted to give that range. But again, it'll change, throughout the course of the community as kids get older and the community changes its internal demographics.
How much different is it between the single family homes in A and B and the apartments that are in C and D? Is there a dramatic difference between the number of children per household?
I'm just filling time. Go ahead, Juan.
Thank you. I might kick off my shoe again.
Or you can look it up while we do stuff.
No, I think the best way to kind of give an example of that is utilizing what's in city code for public land dedication and what code is using for number of people per unit. So for example, a single family detached unit, in order to calculate our public land dedication, is 3 persons per unit. A single family attached, so that could be a paired home or a townhome, is 2.5 persons per unit. And then a multifamily home is about 2 persons per unit. So the multifamily homes would likely have less children, but certainly could have some.
Thank you.
Counselor Izadi.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a quick question regarding to the applicant, if you have done any analysis on the existing home values. A project like this, theoretically, right, would increase the home values of the existing residents. Can you talk a bit about that, but also on the other side, the gentrification effects on the negative effects, if any?
Thanks for the question, Counselor. I might note that when we look at these types of statistics, there's 2 different types of households. There are those households that own their own home, which will benefit from an increase in home values in the area, and those that rent their home, which generally would not benefit in the sense that if home values rise, then rents would presumably rise as well. And so what we've been working on for 4 years with the Urban Land Institute, in particular, the Building Healthy Places Forum, which is a national organization exactly focused on how to be an agent of anti-displacement as a development team. We've explored much of the content that now sits within the Uplands Community Collective surrounding anti-displacement efforts. Some of those that surround housing are involving community land trusts in the existing home stock. Meaning, how can we get the community land trusts involved to take as many units as they can, make those permanently affordable in the areas around Uplands, right? That's a long, multi-decade process, but it must start somewhere. The other thing with regards to small businesses is making attainable small spaces available for local entrepreneurs. That type of income is very helpful for as an agent, as an effective anti-displacement, as well as workforce development. So in our particular area, we've done a survey. We've found that the highest proportion of construction labor and landscape labor is immediately surrounding our site. When I say the highest proportion, I mean the highest proportion in the metro. And so how do we best get the folks that are already in the trades, whether it be construction or landscaping, onto a job that's 5 minutes from their home, less vehicle dependency, but more importantly, a W-2, provable income that they can use then to buy the home that anecdotally they've probably been renting for 5 to 15 years, if you believe the surveys we've done in that immediate area. So we've dove pretty deeply into how we can be effective at cementing those folks that already live there, whether that's turning them into renters, from renters into owners, and that's a lot of steps, or do they have a successful business that we can help? Or do they have folks in their house that we can help find job skills for? Those are the best things that we found. As we mentioned before, EPS, Economic Planning Systems, did a social equity analysis and gave us some more ideas. And that resides on slide 26. Thank you, Marcus. So those are the efforts that we've undertaken. Those are not codified. They're fairly new. So I will tell you, I think the approaches that we take from here forward will be evolving. Some of those will sit within the Uplands development team, and some of those efforts will sit within our nonprofit. I hope I answered your question, Councilor.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Namella?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have just a small nerd moment. I think Councilor Baker is asking about what is the impact to the schools in the area. I remember reading in the packet that the Westminster schools responded that they actually have declining enrollment, which is basically the MO for almost all of our school districts. And they said that they would be able to accommodate the even this amount of school children in their current schools, because they're that few children based on the number of children that they can actually accommodate in those schools. So, and for multifamily, it's quite low in terms of the student generation. I'm a planner. I've done this a lot, and it's well under 0.5 students per household, sometimes like 0.2. So I am sure planning can give you an updated version of that, but I just wanted to help answer that.
The only thing I just wanted to add to that is to be reflected by Westminster Public Schools only asking for cash in lieu because they need students. They want these students. Their enrollment is down. They did not ask for land dedication because their facilities are not full. So that is reflected in their ask that they wanted cash in lieu only and that they could absolutely accommodate the students.
Anything else? Do my counselors need a break before we go to staff? You want to go move? After staff? Okay. Staff, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Dave Downing, Director of Community Development. I only had 4 topics that I wanted to touch on in my opening remarks. Of course, that list has expanded in the past hour or more. But it would be your pleasure. I'll handle a couple of things myself, and then I will call on certain staff people, and I will try to repeat the various questions that I've heard so far that each of those staff people could answer for you. I know this has been discussed a a couple of times already, and I mentioned it to you last week, and that is just to make sure council is aware that any commitments for affordable or even attainable housing are not yet documented in any of the documents that you will be taking action on. So I understand the applicant has given the city attorney some proposed language. So certainly all of staff would want to weigh in on that proposed language. I see Mr. Frankel is trying to get my attention, so I'll pause for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Downing. I've circulated copies for council for the record. So as all are aware, the staff report as part of today's packet included certain additional conditions. This document that was prepared by the applicant has proposed edits to the additional conditions that were contained in the staff report. So essentially all of the text that's in red or blue, my understanding, has been added by the applicant. Thank you.
Continuing, Mayor. Okay, we've had one question from Councilor Smith tonight, and we had some public testimony last week regarding CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation, and I might add the Mile High Flood District. Their approval of the project is what I've heard a few times. Just wanted to clarify for council's benefit. Neither one of those agencies have the authority to approve or disapprove the development before you. In the case of CDOT, though, of course, that agency owns the right-of-way for Federal Boulevard, so certainly they have the authority to approve or deny proposed changes, revisions, improvements, whatever, to Federal Boulevard. Just for your information, they're really throughout the course of deliberations, things such as laneage or alignments, that has never been an issue for CDOT. And the only thing that was a bit of a debate for a while was the width of the lanes, the proposed lanes along Federal Boulevard. I think it was between 11, whether it should be 11 or 12 feet wide. My staff advised me today that even that has been resolved. But I just wanted to make it clear to everybody that CDOT cannot pass judgment on the development itself, only on the manner in which improvements to the roadway or the right-of-way can be handled. Mayor, are you trying to get my attention?
Can I just ask a question?
Certainly.
Are they looking at putting a light at 86th? Because they talked about kids walking across and getting back and forth to the development on the east side of Federal. So my big question was, would CDOT they have 88th and they have 84th. Are they putting one at 86th?
Yeah, and the mayor, of course, is correct. CDOT would pass judgment on whether a traffic signal could be allowed at 86th and Federal. Heath, if you would answer, this is Heath Klein, our transportation engineer. If you could answer that specific question, we'll be coming back to you in a second for other items that have been discussed so far.
Good evening, Heath Klein, transportation engineer. Thank you, Mayor. So the question about a signal at 86th and Federal, the development and our proposed improvement to that intersection and the trip generated that would use that intersection does show that a traffic signal would be warranted. CDOT does not accept that at this point in time because the way that they look at them, it's what is actually happening now, not something in the future. But to address the safety, CDOT has recognized that this is a in the intersection of concern, there has been a pedestrian fatality in the last 5 years. And with that, they are proposing a pedestrian signal allowing people to cross from the east side to the west side of Federal, or from the west side to the east side if you are using that bus stop. So CDOT is moving forward with a pedestrian signal. The city is working with CDOT to make sure if there's an opportunity that that improvement can lead to a future fully signalized intersection. That is our desire. But if that cannot be accommodated at the time that this development moves forward and we coordinate with CDOT and they recognize that a fully signalized intersection needs to be there, this development is prepared to construct that.
Continuing on, Mayor, I mentioned the Mile High Flood District. Again, that agency would not have the jurisdiction to approve or deny the development itself. Their purpose is to protect downstream properties from flooding. As you know, Mayor, having served on that board for many years, you know the great relationship between City of Westminster and the Mile High Flood District, or the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District, as they used to be known. And so we cooperate very well, and I can tell you that city staff is always in lockstep with the Mile High Flood District on the definition of improvements that are necessary to ensure that flooding does not occur. So I know that the developer and representatives also concur that there needs to be proper accommodations to make sure that this development would not cause greater flooding damage downstream. The developer has made general statements, at least, that whatever is necessary to adhere to the Mile High Flood District conditions that they're willing to perform. And I know that they can say that because certainly their consultant, and I know most of the team has experience with that agency, and they know that there won't be ridiculous requirements. It'll only be what's necessary, and I know the developer is prepared to do that. I think since we're sort of on the subject of transportation, I'm gonna try to pick off one of the questions that's been asked, but certainly if there's follow-up from council, we can entertain that. There was some discussion just a bit ago about sidewalks along the west side of Lowell. I wanted to point out to council that Title 11, I don't know the exact section, but I know Mr. Klein does. Title 11 of the Westminster Municipal Code gives a definition for required roadway improvements of a developer when you're talking about a perimeter street, an existing perimeter street. And for a collector size street, I believe Lowell is considered a collector size street, there are no requirements in the code for in this case, this developer to improve sidewalks on the opposite side of this bordering street. Now, that said, I'm sure you've recognized so far that this developer has agreed to certain roadway improvements that would be beyond the definition of the code for what's required. You saw, I believe, bike lanes on that west side of the street, and parking enhancements, that sort of thing. I just wanted to point out for council that that's not something that staff has waived. Is simply not a requirement of the Westminster Municipal Code for the developer to provide wider sidewalks across the street from his development. Okay, I'm going to call on two city staff people, although I'm John McConnell, our principal planner here, several questions regarding TMUND requirements. I do believe that the applicant has gave a pretty good explanation on why some of the details, including things like swimming pools, have not yet been addressed. But John, would you jump in and talk a little bit more about TMUND requirements, whether they're being met, and if not, why not at this point? Thank you.
Yes, I want to make sure everybody can hear me. Is my voice okay? Okay. I understand you have to hold this pretty closely. So I think I'll start by going back to what an ODP is. An ODP, or official development plan, is typically, obviously, it's a site-specific development plan for development, but it's usually more detailed. An ODP typically has, as we've discussed before, architecture, site planning, landscaping, access, utilities.
Microphone needs to be a little closer.
Okay, how's that? Feels weird. My lips are touching. Oh.
You almost have to eat it.
Oh. I know where this has been. So typically an ODP, a standard ODP, contains a lot more detail than this. This we've called a master ODP. As we've stated in the staff reports and other conversations, master ODP is not a defined term. It's something that we've used to provide a large-scale framework for large projects, and most specifically TMUND projects, where you have a unified development of multiple uses and multiple phases and multiple developers over time. And so in this case, this master ODP has that framework of large streets, blocks, land uses. As you've surely looked at the document, it shows the types of dwelling units that are within each block, maximum numbers of each. And so you get a good sense of what's intended to be developed. Details such as swimming pools, clubhouses, and other finite requirements that TMUN requires, as the applicant has stated, they intend to bring those things through site-specific ODP amendments. And so we don't have those details yet. This master ODP and PDP do not contain, again, as the developer or applicant has stated, do not contain any proposed exceptions to TMUN. Their charts and graphs and everything that you'll find in these plans are consistent with TMUN. So they're committing to every rule that TMUN has. They have alluded to the potential of seeking exceptions through site-specific ODPs later on that you would review.
Thank you, John. John, are you the correct staff person, or is it Andrew Spurgeon to answer Mayor Pro Tem's question about the difference between the current zoning and the comp plan designation?
I can refer that question to Andrew, or I could take a stab at it myself as well.
Let's see if Andrew should be on the meeting virtually. Let's see if he can jump in and join us. There he is. Andrew, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. If I remember the question correctly, there was it was regarding the existing RE and O1 and the proposed zoning with this application. This application is to propose all 5 of the parcels to planned unit development, PUD. And Mayor Pro Tem, I heard you say M1, and it kind of made me question, where did he get that from? So I was looking through the attachments, and I do see exactly where you got that from, and I could have made that same mistake myself. Attachment 4 shows the existing and the proposed zoning. And whoever made that map, which wasn't me, so I'm not sure who did that, whoever made that map, I think in the interest of showing information, they overlaid colors over an aerial photo background. And so the PUD color on that map was white, but in overlaying it over an aerial background, it appears to be gray in color, which was the color in the legend for M1 is gray. So I think that's perhaps why there's confusion. But the zoning would be planned unit development, which is what's required for any project over 2 acres in size. I believe there was another question about potential future code changes as part of Code Forward. I would think it's premature at this point to speculate on exactly what would be in that future code. We have been, staff has been focusing on finishing up the comp plan, sustainability plan, water, PRL, all those Westminster Forward plans to work with council on those final goals and policy matters that would become code language. Having said that, if this property becomes planned unit development, it would remain planned unit development. That's not something that would change by virtue of adopting a new code. And so the various provisions agreed upon through the PDP and master official development plan would continue to be the guiding framework of regulations as you get to future official development plans at later times.
That answers my question, and it was exactly that map that threw me off. So
it's confusing, yes.
Read the colors.
Very observant of you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think this sounds really strange to call Max Kirschbaum up because we've only had one comment so far about water usage. But Max, if you could step forward to the staff table and maybe just make one comment here. I believe Councilor Smith's comment was, why are so many people assuming or stating that the approval of the Uplands development would cause a 10% overage of water usage? Director of Public Works and Utilities, Max Kirschbaum, could you speculate on that, Max, please?
Can you hear me, Dave? Okay, there we go. I can't tell you where that comment would come from, 10% over. I'm not familiar with that. As the applicant has pointed out in their reference to slide number 12 numerous times over the course of the last couple evenings, including tonight, there's been reference to 778 acre feet, which has been the estimated demand for this particular land use. It's been in effect for quite a while. I am curious if I could add to that a little bit though. Staying on that slide number 12, there is a statement from the applicant that says that they anticipate 100 acre feet less than the estimated 778 acre feet for that land use designation. And maybe for council's consideration, I'd be curious whether the applicant included that as one of the additional commitments in their letter that the city received today. I haven't seen that letter, but perhaps that's something council could consider if there's a commitment to do better than 778, since they've referred to it numerous times.
Happy to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Kirschbaum. That is not a commitment that we've put in the additional conditions. We have drafted additional conditions related to the timing of the public land dedication, the timing of the cash in lieu payment, and the 300 affordable homes. But we have not made that specific commitment. I think it's probably very premature at a PDP zoning level to make that commitment, in the sense that we have rolled out all these innovative water saving technologies and tactics. We have to get to construction documents to further refine what those water savings are. We've given you an estimate. We think that's pretty accurate, but it's not a commitment that we're able to make in the additional conditions.
Council, I think staff and the applicant have heard you loud and clear so far regarding council's desire to review all ODPs regardless of size. And we will work with the city attorney on codifying that, I suppose, in some manner. Also, we've heard the concern regarding 5-story buildings along Federal, and the applicant seems amenable to at least discussing how we might be able to resolve that one. I'm saving public land dedication for last because it may take the most conversation. Let me just look at my list here. Mr. Frankel, at this time, would you like to make a comment about Senate Bill 35, as well as the possibility of development projects going to a ballot of the voters? Would you like to comment on that now?
Thank you, Mr. Downing. I would just add, applicant has described the different scenario in Denver with regard to the ballot questions being offered to their residents concerning the conservation easements around the Park Hill Golf Course. Locally, so that all are aware, we do in our charter have provisions for a process that citizens can initiate or send referenda to the ballot by way of city council, where they are initiating new ordinances or suggesting a referendum on a past ordinance. So that is another possibility. I'm not sure what the public comment was alluding to, if there were references to putting this to a question on this to the voters, but the referenda process that's part of the charter would be one conceivable avenue for such a question to be raised. But with regard to Senate Bill 35, Ms. Decker.
Got this one. Senate Bill 35 was legislation that was approved back in 1972 relating to subdivisions. And what it did is for subdivisions that create lots less than 35 acres, it requires an approval process from a county. And so this statute applies only to counties, statutory counties. So it doesn't apply to us, although our process does require very similar reports.
Thank you. I think, Nicole Ankeny, if you could come to the staff table now, I think it is time to start talking about public land dedication. Councilor Baker, I have not forgotten that you said something about traffic, but I think I'll wait for you to ask a more specific question if you don't mind, sir. And we'll get back to that one. Mr. Klein will not wander too far away. So this is Nicole Ankeny with our Department of Parks, Recreations, and Libraries. One thing I wanted to maybe set the stage here, I heard Mayor Pro Tem DeMott, I believe I heard him say, how did staff arrive at the split of public land dedication and cash in lieu? Is my understanding that was not staff direction on that. And Nicole, but in fairness, I've also heard the applicant say this is council's decision to make. What is the proper split in land versus cash in lieu? Nicole, I know you maybe wanted to make a few more general comments about the public land dedication issue. And if you want to touch a little bit more on your discussions regarding that split between cash and land, that might be helpful. And finally, Nicole, I don't know if you're the right person. It may be John McConnell again to talk more about views from Federal Boulevard toward the west. Okay.
All right. First of all, can everyone hear me? All right. I would like to make a few clarifications and hopefully answer a few questions about our public land dedication. When we have applications come into the city, we have to review them all as very unique projects because they all have unique parameters with their specific sites, the context surrounding those sites, their proposed land use, as well as any existing parks and open space and trails, as well as any proposed or approved plans for the future parks and open space. So though we review each of these uniquely as they come in, there have been some comments made about comparisons to Bradburn and Highland Village. And just to clarify, the city reviews public land dedication solely on the projected population, which is tied to the unit count, which is within the city code. So comparisons could be made to the amount of land that the proposed development, with land versus with the several different projects. However, the actual calculation is based upon the population. So I just want to make that clarification. And for Bradburn, back in 2001, the master ODP, there were 11.05 acres that were dedicated and 3.05 acres that were cash in lieu. So it was a combination. That math works out to be 78% of physical land versus cash in lieu. Highland Village was a very different project in 2007. There were 10.88 acres provided in physical land and 1.67 acres in cash in lieu. That gives the percentage of physical land dedication at 87%. Currently, with the Uplands estimate projected to give 40.65 acres of land and 24.4 cash in lieu, that percentage is about 62%. When it comes to our undeveloped parks throughout the city, the numbers have changed, and I'm sure that they have. The applicant has gotten those previous numbers of over 60 acres. That data is a little bit out of date. It's a few years old. Currently, we've got 40.28 acres, and that is 4 separate parcels that comprise 3 parks, and those are our undeveloped parks. The public land dedication, it's been asked how the funds are spent and how, if they can be contributed to infrastructure and so forth. So per the code, PLD provides for the dedication of public lands for park, open space, and other public purposes as determined by the city in accordance with the section 11-6-8. In my 6.5 years at the city of Westminster, through the research I've done on the various applications of public land dedication, I have not seen the city apply those to infrastructure or other costs. In general, they have gone to parks and open space, but the line and other public purposes as determined by the city could possibly lend itself to other applications as city council or the approving authority deems necessary and serves the public interest.
And John McConnell, is there any general comment you could make about protection of views? Certainly we've seen the view corridors that have been defined so far. Is there anything you could add regarding the mayor's comment about the views along Federal Boulevard itself?
Yes, Mr. Downing. So our view corridors are listed in a chapter in our comprehensive plan. It's section 6.4. It starts on page 137 of the comprehensive plan. And it recognizes that view corridors and vistas are an important part to Westminster's identity. And so it goes on to state that the comprehensive plan identifies view corridors along portions of the city's major streets. And they from key public spaces. Areas with the designated view corridor may be subject to additional setback requirements, height restrictions, and modified perimeter landscaping or site configurations to ensure that new development will not restrict views from those public rights of ways. Development proposed within these corridor areas will be evaluated to preserve views whenever possible. And then the following page has a map that shows some dash line arrows that indicate where those view corridors are within our city. With regards to the Uplands development plan, there's a view corridor that generally looks to the south and southeast from 84th Avenue and Federal Boulevard. So essentially the intersection looking towards Denver. There are two other view corridors, one going diagonally from going diagonally.
Is your computer muted?
Mr. Andrews,
Does this sound better?
would it be possible to have the speakers come up here? We could hear them a lot better when they go to the podium.
All right. Can everybody hear me better now? This is a much better microphone. And I don't have to touch it with my face. So, so the other view corridors, there is one roughly just south of 84th on Lowell, looking or pointing directly to the northwest and across parcel B south. And then another view corridor approximately from that same location, the crest of the hill in Lowell, looking south down Lowell. And as you can see from the developer's presentation and from the plan set, the developer's proposing to not build anything within that sort of view shed there. They did present to you what I think is an accurate view shed analysis that shows, you know, the rooftop of a house in relation to that view corridor. And also as a little bit of background, when this conversation developed in the course of the development review cycles, we have on staff our urban designer, Sean McCartney. He put together some suggestions for the developer to incorporate into that. So the conversation began with suggestions from city staff and our professional recommendation of how to address these view corridors. As, and I might note that in the comprehensive plan, there's not specific land areas that have to be preserved or dedicated. It's simply an arrow that goes across land. So we really had to give the applicant some guidance on this. And the end result was what they're proposing to not only preserve, but in some cases dedicate. And so that's where we landed with the applicant on that.
Okay, Mayor, I think looking at my list here, the only thing left is hearing perhaps a more specific question from Councilor Baker about traffic so that we can respond to that. I think I checked everything else off my paper here.
Okay, Councilor Baker, and then we have a list.
Thank you. Federal Boulevard is a 4-lane street, correct?
Heath Klein's coming to the podium right now. Heath Klein, our transportation engineer.
Yep. Good evening, Heath Klein, transportation engineer. Currently, in front of the property of parcel A, it is a 4-lane roadway.
Right, and it goes 4 lanes to the north of 88th and 4 lanes to the south of 84th, correct?
Correct. It does transition to 6 lanes about 82nd to 81st Avenue for as you're going further south.
Okay. And what is the average daily capacity of a 4-lane street?
Well, okay. So what level of service are we talking about?
That's where the rub comes, isn't it? In the background I looked at, it said a 2-lane street can handle 18,000 cars a day. A 4-lane street can handle 36,000 cars a day. And a 6-lane street can handle 55,000 cars a day. So is that in the ballpark or not?
That is in the ballpark. So what that is speaking to is that's on the lower level of service at range. So that is a really congested roadway. So to pass 56,000 vehicles a day on a 6-lane facility, you are looking at really you will know you're in traffic at that point in time.
Right. So what we're saying is right now, today, Federal's at full capacity.
Yeah. I mean, right now, as a 4-lane facility, and yes, it is carrying what I saw from 2002 or 2018 traffic numbers through CDOT's Otis program. It does look like we are carrying about 42,000 vehicles a day on Federal Boulevard.
And I know that a few years back, we had a real wrestle and had to recruit Federal Heights so we could get a double left turn on 92nd off of Federal, right? We had to
At
come down
92nd,
Property
yes.
and
Yep,
Yeah.
that was a project to improve, to
because
provide
it's
dual
not like
lefts.
to get more than 300 vehicles per hour turning left, you really need to go to 2 double left turn lanes. And I
Yes.
know that when 84th comes up to Federal, there's 2 double left turn lanes to take traffic south.
Yes,
Because there's no point in going west.
CDOT is looking to improve that intersection to provide 2 southbound dual lefts to eastbound 84th Avenue.
Okay.
Because currently we do not have that.
So as it stands right now, we plan on this PUD taking us from a fully capacity road to a almost 20% over capacity road, right?
Yes, we have not hidden the fact that this development will add traffic to the adjacent roadways. This property, as we have discussed before, has been in the planning area for the city of Westminster and in the Denver Regional Council of Governments Metro Vision to be developed. So at no point has the modeling not taken into account what this will generate.
Right. Okay. And now let me recruit you to help me find 11,000 trips a day. Okay. Because the projected trip plans per day are roughly 25,000. And if you add up the averages on 88th, Lowell, 84th, and Federal, we get 14,000. So I think I'm missing 11,000 trips a day, aren't I?
Well, some of that is anticipated because parcel D, most trips will go to 84th Avenue. Parcel B will analyze and traffic will be on Bradburn Boulevard as well. So not to the
But
tune
aren't
of
we missing
11,000.
11,000 trips a day? Well,
which
in this little box here, it counts up 25,000 trips a day, and that was in the presentation too. 25,000 trips a day out of parcels A, B, C, and D. A has 18,000, B has 1,300, C has 3,700, and D has 2,000, which are exact numbers you gave the other night, I think a week ago. Perfect, absolutely corresponding. And we all sort of agreed that all the trips out of D are probably going to go on 84th. Okay. So we have to count then the trips coming out of C, and those 3,700 are all going to go on to Federal because there is no 88th east of Federal right now.
Correct.
So we're going to build an 88th, Joe is going to build 88th east of Federal. And that's going to be 3,000 trips a day coming out of those apartments, or 3,700. Okay. But if you add up the increases on the 4 streets around, I only get 14,000. So I'm missing 11,000. Well, if we take off the 2,000 for B, I'm missing 9,000 trips a day, right?
So I did not review this, so I apologize for not having those numbers. This was provided to you by the developer for,
Right.
as that example.
Well, maybe the developer
So-
can chime in then.
Yeah.
Happy to address that, Councilor Baker. So these numbers are daily trip counts from each road, but much like a sewer report or a water report, this is hundreds of pages and linear counts do not correlate that way. Now, I'm not a traffic engineer, and I would defer to our experts that deal with the traffic engineers. From what they've told me, that does not work that way. You can't take these numbers and linearly add them up. And that's, I think, part of why the 11,000 units or trips you're looking for are not adding up. That's all I can add. Being but I can also defer to Todd Johnson, our engineer.
Well, that's why I save these for our guys. See, because trips go someplace. And I've fantasized myself living in this place, and a lot of the trips I took were west. And I went on either 88th all the way down and then circled up and jumped onto 92nd, or I went up Lowell and jumped onto 92nd there. And if we have significant, see, because the Costco's west, the Walmart's west, our whole shopping area segment there is west. Another way to get on US 36 is west. If you go to the bus transit station, that's straight west on 88. So
Correct.
that's why I scratch my head about the 11,000, and it saddens me that you can't count them linearly. Stuff like that, because I have a huge concern on federal. I think I brought this up the other day. Because if we have a lot of people using federal, a lot more people, they're probably going to turn left at 92nd. Because only if they had a destination to see a friend would they go north. Okay, so they're probably going to turn left, which is going to back that up to Terrible. And we have fire station number 2 on Lowell.
Correct.
And fire station number 2 is the only backup to fire station number 1. There are 3 ways to get north-south in this part of the city. Sheridan, which is a mess, Federal, which is over capacity, and Lowell. So how are we going to get help to fire station 1 if we can't use Lowell? And if Lowell gets clogged up with all kinds of traffic, that's a great concern of mine, because that affects the entire lower part of Westminster. Is there some way we can make this 11,000 missing trips, cars, understandable without 800 pages?
Well, so I know that, Todd will come up to the stand and talk as well, but we have to look at, and I'll try to start pulling up the numbers, because when I did do the math, I was looking at the corners. So similar to what you're thinking about, Counselor, that 88th and Lowell, or 84th and Lowell. And when I was looking at what would be leaving the site, that I was convinced that we have accounted for the numbers. I'm not exactly sure how this was presented, because there will be traffic that uses 87th and gets onto Lowell, or gets onto Lowell at 85th, from within the development, and or to Federal Boulevard, or 88th. So, depending on where those numbers were taken that were presented here, it may not account for that continuously going down, because in some of these trip generation numbers that we have, we're also bringing up trips into the site. So, coming from 92nd down and now turning into the Uplands development from southbound or Federal. So that's where some of this, I'll let the developer speak, but I need to look exactly at what these numbers are as far as seeing 25,000 dispersed throughout the development onto our adjacent roads.
Good evening, Todd Johnson, Terraforma Solutions. The report does not miss any numbers. And this report has actually gone through and done a very detailed analysis, as we've mentioned a couple of times here. We've probably gone through this report 5 times with CDOT, the staff, and we all have concurrence on this report. I'd like to touch on your first point that you were making about capacity of federal. What we show on your exhibit that you have that was handed out is actually the existing AADT. And so we're actually talking apples and oranges and peaches here when we're trying to compare numbers. And that's why Jeff was alluding to the fact that these numbers are not exactly the same thing. We're talking about different things when we're talking about these numbers. But I want to talk about federal first, because we believe in our analysis and the proposed improvements that we are outlining here in our study and on the PDP, that this traffic will be handled. And if you look at the level of service that is out there today compared to the level of service that we need to hit, and that's in your criteria, and it's also in CDOT's criteria about a level of service of C or D or F, whatever the case may be, we are hitting that in this report. And so on federal, in the current condition, we have 38,000 vehicles. We project in 2040, when this project is built out, about 45,000 vehicles. So when you were talking about what can be handled on a 2-lane, a 4-lane, a 6-lane roadway, those are generally correct, but there are so many factors that go into the capacity of a roadway that you can't just take those things linearly like we're talking about. There's a lot of things that come into play. So the traffic signal progression, single left, double left, that occurs at locations, the multiple access points that you may have through a development. And we have 84th, we have 86th, we actually have interim movements at 85th and 87th, along with 88th. And that's where a majority of this traffic is going. And when you're talking about a 4-lane that's out there today at 38,000 vehicles, sure, that's getting to a level of service of D, but that is acceptable with roadways of that caliber and in the peak conditions, okay? We are actually adding 2 additional lanes on this roadway on federal between 82nd roughly and all the way up to 88th. And with CDOT, that additional lane has still to be determined whether it's a mobility lane or it's actually a travel lane through the corridor. But we have modeled it both ways, and there was a question earlier on about that. We've actually modeled this both ways. So if CDOT decides, hey, we want that as a mobility lane, no problem. We can still handle the traffic. With that, we actually have additional auxiliary lanes within the corridor as well that can handle the turning movements. So we feel, again, from that perspective alone, that this development is actually handling all the traffic and actually accounting for the increased development and background traffic that'll be there in our projections back in 2040. When you're talking about the trip generation that we're getting, again, that is, when we're looking at trip generation, that is coming off each one of the sites. And then that gets distributed out to the roadways. And so all the roadways actually have a little different characteristics, but we all agree that a majority of this traffic is going to go on federal, and that's supported by the CDOT trips that have been analyzed, or the counts that are out there for federal, and that is supported in our report. So we marry up with those numbers precisely on what that is. And our report actually put together, I don't think you have this graphic in front of you, but what we're seeing is we're seeing 70% going southbound on federal in the AM, and then 30% northbound. And then we're seeing in the PM condition about 60% going southbound and about 40% going northbound. And that, again, is a majority. We also distribute our traffic out of the site because of that tendency for everybody to use federal, or a majority of the traffic to go that way, is we're getting about 10% of our traffic coming in and out at 87th, 20% of it actually at 86th, and then another 10% at 85th. And then, of course, you have 88th and 84th that are doing the additional. Those points right there are just 3 of the access points that we have in the A parcel. The rest of it gets pretty much distributed between 3 and 5% across the entire network that we have within the development.
Okay, well, maybe you can help me understand then, if like 18,000, okay, and ADTs are really, for me to understand it better, I divided it by 2 because that turns out to be trips that someone takes, right? So these 18,000 ADTs coming out of parcel A, really, that's 9,000 trips. Because we're living in the neighborhood, so we drive out in the morning to go to work and go south on Federal, and then in the evening we come north on Federal and turn back in. So that's 1 trip, but those are really 2 ADTs.
That's
Right?
Well, it's not exactly how we we analyze traffic from that perspective. That's why I don't want to really mess. Again, we're talking about a couple different factors here. We're generating traffic, and that traffic doesn't specifically go out onto the network. That traffic can actually be captured within the neighborhood itself. So 1 trip, so a single family detached home for us generates about 9.4 trips per day, okay? And that's me getting in my car, maybe going to the park, and then it's also maybe dropping kids off at a school, going to work, whatever the case may be, right? And then we also have in our calculations and the numbers, some of the numbers that I was giving you was the annual, because that's what CDOT was looking for, is the annual average daily traffic that's out there. And that's divided by 365. Whereas the peak is actually looking at a very specific window within a day. So that's why I'm saying we're kind of comparing apples and oranges and peaches here. We can't just take one number that is on that sheet because one of the numbers is trip generation. And the other numbers are actually what you're seeing in an overall perspective that's being handled on a roadway, let's say.
Okay, well, I mean, what we're doing here tonight is going to be pretty enduring. I would really hesitate calling it forever, but for most of us in the room, it'll be forever. And if I want to give a legacy to the people who come after me, I want it's a street they can drive on. And right now, Federal is a mess, especially at those peak times you talked about. So that's why I think it's very important. And it gets confusing because when you said 9.4 trips a day, so does that equate to 18 ADTs out of that single family house?
9 trips a day.
So how many ADTs is it then?
Well, it doesn't.
So Heath Klein again. So with the trip generation, what traffic engineers do is we look at the use and then how many trips will that generate to and from in a day. And so what Mr. Johnson was talking about for single family detached homes, we anticipate 9.4 trips generating to or from that SFD.
So those are single leg trips.
Yes.
So it's 4.5 round trips.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And then, so single family attached has a different number. Commercial has a different number. And so, we talk about if a In-N-Out burger landed around here, it can generate quite a bit of traffic and as compared to some of the residential units that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Council.
If there was, is that okay, sir?
Yep.
Nope. Councilman, the only thing I just wanted to add, because you said the legacy of what gets approved tonight, is the other thing I want to talk about, the example we used on Lowell. The legacy is compliance with the underlying comp plan land use designation, and it is TMUN. And why that is so important is because it calls for that mixed use village, right? It calls for us to have rooftops there that actually will make Summit Square have a grocer. So that traffic pattern that you described, where we're going to go west to Walmart and go west to shopping areas, we want to change that. We want to change those. So it's just talking, you're using raw numbers of traffic generation. The planning ethos is to create a place here that actually makes those trips internal or across the street. The other thing it would do, sir, and I would say this is the whole beauty and purpose of infill development. Those people are commuting on Federal today just from further transit. So I think that's the legacy of what we're doing. Staff has said that roads can absorb this traffic because of all these mitigating factors, roadway improvements, pedestrian improvements, and planning improvements that we're bringing to the site. I think that's the other half of that.
Thanks.
And Counselor, I believe that they did speak to it, but some of those trips that we're seeing are internal as well. So, you may live in the southwest corner of parcel A and yet still just drive on the local roads, 85th to Irving over to 86 to get to the village center. So that's where some of the trips in that trip generation don't always make it to the outside roads.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else, Councilor Baker?
No.
Thank you. I did have a question about going back to Federal and the pedestrian crossing. Is there I haven't had good memory. I don't have a good memory of CDOT, just putting pedestrians first over a car travel on Federal throughout the whole length of Federal. So they're probably not as motivated as we would be as a city to see a better crossing at 86th. And so, one, can we work with CDOT to do something? But I'm just not convinced that a pedestrian crossing, a little signal, is going to be safe. And I'd rather us not create a warrant that includes a pedestrian death of a child or something on that crossing. So is there a way we could work with them to understand what the trigger would be for putting a signal there in terms of a true traffic signal? And can that be identified on the ODP? Because right now it just shows as a pedestrian crossing.
So at this time right now, the development has provided the traffic signal warrant study to CDOT for the proposed fully signalized 86th Avenue. If this were City of Westminster right-of-way, we would have accepted that and we would be moving forward if the process is approved to install the signal as part of the development. CDOT is kind of the more wait and see approach, but the proposed pedestrian crossing signal that they are proposing there is going to be the Hawk signal. So it is going to be pole and mast arm. So there will be a mast arm that stretches out across Federal with, red, yellow, and green head on that to stop people. So it will look similar to a fully traffic signal, but it will not provide a left turning phase coming out of Crown Point currently. So it will only be for pedestrians at this time.
Can we also get a pedestrian crossing that's a safe one over? I don't see anything for Lowell Boulevard along the whole parcel A.
So we have a signalized intersection existing at 88th and Lowell, right next to the school. That is owned and maintained by Adams County. So I anticipate at some point, transportation team is talking with them to potentially bring that onto our system so that we would start to control that. But as we know, 88th Avenue is Adams County right-of-way. And so we would need to have more ownership in the corners before we take that over. But that will have pedestrian phases for safe crossing of Lowell. This development will improve the intersection of 84th and Lowell. That is a signalized intersection. Currently, that is a span wire, so it does not have the mast arms, but it is a span wire. We will need to replace that and accommodate pedestrians at that location as well. In addition, at potentially 86th or 85th or 87th, we can work with this development team to evaluate, since it would be crossing only a single lane in each direction, the idea of a rapid rectangular flashing beacon to help with our students. And there was questions earlier about the width of the sidewalks. So yes, on the west side of Lowell Boulevard, it is only 3 feet currently for a sidewalk. and it's attached the whole way from 88th Avenue down to 84th Avenue. So what that means is it's attached right up to the curb where water flows to. On 88th Avenue, it's a 3-foot sidewalk, portions of which are detached by 3 feet off of that curb and gutter. But about half of that distance, it is attached as well. And it does appear that some of the residences' fence lines have moved a little bit further south into the area where if we tried to build an entire 6-foot sidewalk the whole way. So we'd have to take a look at that.
So when would the pedestrian crossings, those mid-parcel, like 86th, 85th, because I can imagine if we're making those parks theoretically, walkable to the rest of the community, that they are not going to just cross at 88th and 84th. So would those come with the ODP, with the specific?
That would be at the
ODPs?
ODP. Yep. In addition, so if you did see, the city did ask the developer to take a look at parcel A as far as any other potential roundabouts internal to the site to encourage traffic flow and safe crossings. And we've mentioned doing the bulb out. So to extend the curbs at key intersections, especially going into the park at 86th and going up to the park at the northwest corner. And we can also take a look at that. But that detail comes more at the ODP level than at this PDP or master ODP. We're so far
Thank
away.
you.
Counselor Smith,
I'll withhold my questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of quick questions. I did want to ask a question of the fire department, and maybe if we could get Chief Hall up, but while we're finding him, quick question for you.
Yes,
on the crossing. I imagine what you described as far as like a lighted crossing, something like you might see on Union Boulevard. There's a pedestrian-only crossing that has a light that stops. I think that's like 6 lanes of traffic. Is it something like that we would see?
Is this for the one on Federal or? Yes. So another example would be the Farmers Highline crossing on Huron near about, I'd say about 110th, 108th-ish alignment. That is a pedestrian signal that stops traffic on Countryside in our Countryside development. There is north of 100th Avenue, there is a pedestrian activated signal there as well that doesn't stop the side traffic. It is purely for people accessing Kettner Pond.
Great, thank you. For the fire department. Welcome, Chief.
Good evening, Doug Hall, Fire Chief for the City of Westminster.
So with some of the traffic things, besides making me hungry for In-N-Out, thank you, Councilor Baker. There was a talk about if the street was busy, and I know we talked through a lot of the traffic and potentially that those concerns aren't there. But in that event, if Lowell was blocked and Federal was blocked, knowing where, because I think it's important for the public to understand, especially with that being a concern, if for some reason your folks couldn't get where they need to get, can you kind of talk to us about what that looks like if any of those streets are blocked and how you guys do service between Station 2 and Station 1 and make sure that area is covered and address those concerns?
Be happy to. Thank you. The proposed development will be served by Fire Station 1, which is basically located at 73rd Avenue and Bradburn Boulevard, and also by Fire Station 2, which is right at 92nd and Lowell. So the primary response routes to this proposed development would be Lowell and would be Federal Boulevard. Both Lowell and Federal Boulevard, the traffic signals are equipped with a traffic preemption system that operates from emitters that are placed on the engines, the fire engines, the ambulances, and the command vehicles. When they're approaching an intersection, the emitter signals the traffic light to turn green in the direction that we're traveling, and it allows the traffic to clear that particular intersection while holding in the opposing directions and facilitates us moving through the intersections much more safely, much more quickly to get where we need to go.
Great, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Next area I wanted to come back to was the comment I made as far as working with staff. That came from the developer, had shared that a couple of different times. And so what I was really trying to get at is if council looked at asking for more land dedication and less cash in lieu, is to try to understand, is there a balance that staff would be comfortable with, understanding that this kind of gets into my other part, we had these recommendations of potential language. One being number 9, talking about directing a special fund. So there's 2 parts of this. One, I'm looking to find out, is there a different balance that you'd be comfortable with that we could build out those parks? And 2, what does it look like for us to pass number 9? And is this putting the cart before the horse as far as making a special fund? Or could we do number 9 and then when would we come back and make that special fund? That makes sense?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think Nicole Ankeny has had a chance to look at the document that you were just referencing, and she would like to make some comments on that, please.
Hi, Nicole Ankeny, Senior Landscape Architect, Parks, Recreation, and Libraries. If it is the council's desire to take another look at the public land dedication in regards to potentially adding to their physical land dedication, I would defer to the city attorney's office as to whether or not we needed to kind of go back and take another look with the applicant. That has a lot of site planning implications, and I would hesitate doing that on the fly, but I would also ask for the city attorney's opinion on that. A couple of other items, the applicant's proposed conditions, specifically number 8 of having 100% of the proposed PLD and view corridors shown in the PDP being dedicated to the city concurrent with the approval of the master plat for parcel A. The Parks, Recreation, and Libraries Department does concur with that. We would be happy to receive that up front. But I do want to note a couple of things. Though receiving the cash and lieu funds up front will help expedite that park development, we need to ensure that there's also an understanding that anytime you acquire land, there are also maintenance and operations implications. And when it comes to the park development, we need to ensure that the road and utility infrastructure is in place before we can go in and actually do the park development. It would help to expedite so we could initiate some of the processes, such as seeking, feedback from the community and getting the design underway. But I did want to mention those other implications. With regards to the number 9, there's a proposal by the applicant to have a special revenue fund set up for this project. Because it is a budgeting issue, if the council were to ask staff would recommend that we put together an outline and draft up some parameters in how we would accept those funds and distribute those through the budget process. And staff would look to work with you to create an internal process so that we can ensure tracking and transparency so that we meet all of the parameters and ensure that the council is getting what is intended. And I would ask that, if any clarifications from the attorney's office is necessary, that they add to my comments.
I can address your first comment first. And that is the question of if council wants to propose a different combination of public land dedication and fee in lieu from what's in the application today. It really depends on what kind of change council proposes. If it's a substantial change, say from going, to the combination to 100% public land dedication, then that's clearly going to change their plans quite a bit. And I would think it would need to go, I don't think, it would need to go either back to Planning Commission for another review or a continuance wouldn't work because I think it would need to go back to Planning Commission. If it's a minor change, I think you can propose that tonight. And it won't need to be remanded to Planning Commission or tabled. And then the second question had to do with the special fund. There was one issue, the wording in there is Nicole and I discussed this earlier, that the land dedication paid by applicant to be used solely within the boundaries of this PDP. I think PRNL was proposing something more along the lines of if it would benefit the Uplands development, because there could be parcels nearby that might be useful, and maybe Nicole can talk about that further. But as far as the fund being established and all the fees being deposited in that fund, it is possible, so long as we follow our budget process.
So my preference would be that the money stays in here. We long talk about development paying its way. And so I think the intent that I'm hearing and the intent that I'd want to see is that we develop these parks and they don't sit as vacant land unusable when they're being proposed as something that would be a value add to the community to address what we've clearly heard is a lack of parks in that part of town. What I was really hoping to hear from staff, and I understand the complexities around changing it, and I'm not necessarily advocating for it. I'm trying to understand, are you comfortable with the mix of parks that are here? So maybe I should be more clear about what I'm asking, because that's what I want. I'm trying to get comfortable with. The applicant has said multiple times that they worked with you guys, and you guys kind of pushed that back when I asked about it. So I want to know, are you comfortable with the mix? Does that, if we're able to create that fund and put those funds toward these parks, does that look like we're understanding that there's still hoops we have to jump through as far as infrastructure and stuff? Does that get us to a place where we're on a road to some amenities for that part of town as far as parks?
Yeah, staff has worked with the applicant, as they've stated, for several years now. Each time they came in with a new application, we have pushed to get additional public lands, dedicated for the physical land. But in the end, we do defer to council to make the final call. That's the way it's written in our city code, and we would rely upon you to make that final decision this evening.
Mayor Pro Tem, could I just add? Staff would not have brought this project to you without some condition or comment about inadequacy of the split of land or fee versus fee if we felt real uncomfortable about it. That said, we would be, staff of course is fully supportive of council if you wish, based on the public testimony you've heard during this public hearing. If you feel or have the desire for a different split, staff would certainly support any decision council would make on that.
I think that's a fair point, Mr. Downing. And I guess the point of beating it up, though, you kind of alluded to is the public comment. So I'm just trying to make sure, because there are things that we've heard throughout this that have, clearly brought us some different ideas. So I think that's my intent, is to make sure that you're still comfortable with this. This is still the right mix, and provide some good amenities that we can care for with the funds that we're talking about. And it sounds like the answer is yes. So I just want to get to why I think it's important to kind of beat this point up.
Oh, and I appreciate you beating it up. I want to make sure you heard the last thing that Nicole said, and that was that she and her co-workers in Parks, Recreation, Libraries negotiated hard with the applicant to try to get additional land. And I'm not sure I want to use the word impasse, came to an impasse, but came to an agreement that I guess satisfies the needs of both staff and the applicant. But again, I wanted you to make sure you caught that we were trying to push for more when we sort of came to this point where we couldn't go any further.
I was glad to hear that. So thank you. I guess the last point, and this is really more for the applicant, and this comes out a lot of this. So if you want to address it, I know the first time you were before us was with some other parcels that were rezoned. And I know a concern I had on one, which led me to vote against the rezoning of parcel B was a lot around those view corridors, as well as how it flowed with the rest of the community. Understanding that those homes that are the custom homes known as Gregory Hill, are a little bit bigger homes. But looking at some of these renderings, I'm just curious because it does seem like there's been some movement as far as how that's laid out. And I'm just think that it would be amiss to not understand how maybe from there to here has kind of changed how you're flowing with the rest of the community surrounding that particular parcel and the view corridors, which obviously are very important to the community and the council.
Mayor Pro Tem, thanks for the question. I'm searching for our slide, which actually directly addresses this question, and I'll keep flipping until I find it, or they'll flip. But I really appreciate you asking the question. In particular, we were amending the
Slide
comprehensive.
25, if that helps.
Thank you. Did I say 25 or actually, Bonnie, I think you have one that's in the rebuttal slides that's a bit more specific on how things change. Yeah, which one is that? Could I try slide 27? It's like bingo, figuring out if it's going to work. I'll hold until we have that in front of us because I think it'll be a lot more instructive if we looked at the slide. Not slide 27. Bonnie, that is not correct.
Two back.
Yeah, let's just go to slide 25. Thank you. 37. That's the slide. Thank you. 37. And to your point, Mayor Pro Tem DeMott, that was a comprehensive plan amendment. And what we sought to do was change R3.5 to R5. But we indicated during the deliberations that we would not be increasing density in that parcel. What we needed to do was get rid of the R3 designation of, I think it was a 5, 7, 10,000 square foot minimum lot size. I don't know the number, but it was rather large. 7,000 square feet, thank you. And maybe they're in front of you. But we had to cluster those homes in order to expand the public land dedication, including the view corridor. Not only provide the view corridor, but provide public lands around it to frankly provide more of a view. So you are correct in your recollection, and that is the math that happened. We committed to not increasing the density, and I think that we're just 5 units over where we would have been by right on 3.5. But we use a lot less land, and a lot more was dedicated to the public.
Kind of back to that point of getting skinny versus not tall in this instance, but kind of the same concept.
It is. It's massing on a different scale.
All right. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Mayor, when it's convenient for you, we do have, and since we're talking about this document that the applicant provided, we do have a staff member from Economic Development who would be able to make comment on number 7 on this whenever you wish to hear that.
Let me just ask, I've been asked about half an hour ago for a break. We've been going quite a while. So let's take a 10-minute break and come back and finish up. Okay, next.
Mayor, I'd like to call Chase Evans to the staff table to make a couple of comments about the affordable housing aspect of the proposal from the applicant, please.
Hi, Chase Evans, Acting Economic Policy and Development Manager for the City of Westminster. I believe you've all received the proposed condition or the language that was proposed by the applicant. Staff have reviewed that language and are comfortable with it. The one caveat or clarification that I think we may want to make is that there is a reference to 50% or the 300 units would need to be built out before 50% of the multifamily units being permitted. The one kind of clarification would be we don't have a set number of how many multifamily units at this point in time it would be. So it'd be tough at this point to track when we hit that 50% threshold. So we may want to put either a specific number of units or or reference the total, a 50% of the total build out, just because that 50% reference is somewhat arbitrary and unknown at this point in time. And I'm happy to answer any other questions that council may have related to that condition.
Councilor Izadi.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question on that 50%. Is that required by CHAFA?
No, that is essentially a threshold that would, we talk about Bradburn and other developments. By doing that, it would require that the affordable units would in fact be built and would not be able to just sort of be put off indefinitely. So the requirement is to make sure that before the project is complete, that those affordable units would in fact be approved and begin construction.
So is that number then changeable if we wanted to make sure more than that? That's up to us to decide?
That is correct. That number could be changed. It could be, I would probably recommend not using a date because dates obviously change, but it could be either a specific number or any other sort of point in time estimate, any number of units. So you could say, for example, within 500 units being built or no more than 500 market rate units to be built before the affordable units. And I don't mean to put words in council's mouth, but I'm just giving examples of a little bit more concrete language that could be used just because 50% of multifamily units isn't a known number at this point in time.
And the 80% piece, is that changeable too?
That could be changed at council's direction. That was what was proposed by the applicant. I think likely what will happen is based on whatever the funding sources, each funding source that would be used will have its own requirements for which AMI levels that will be known. I think staff's recommendation would be to keep it a little bit broad to allow and not over restrict and remove those opportunities for affordable housing financing.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Numela.
My question was on the length of the deed restriction. Like to see it longer. Can we add that?
So again, we certainly could do that. I think the reason that was put in was generally speaking, depending on again what type of affordable housing financing is used, that itself will have its own specific requirements. The city staff or that was thrown in, that 25-year reference was thrown in because again, at this point in time, we don't know what that capital stack is going to look like. We don't know what those requirements are. So we just wanted to have something in place that will provide some sort of assurance, but likely it will come down to what does CHAFA or other affordable housing financiers require for that affordability period.
I will propose for that to be longer. I know the downtown has 30 years minimum and we should be aiming for higher. So thank you.
Mr. Evans, can you speak closer to the mic?
Oh yes, sorry. Is that better? Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
To follow up with Councilor Numela just said, and kind of the answer you gave Councilor Azadi, could, as far as like the term, understanding that certain financing dictates what that term might be as far as the deed restriction, could language be something similar where council could direct it to be maximum length allowed by financing or something to that? Or is it better to have an actual term so that understanding that financing might drive what that deed restriction is?
I think in my opinion, I believe the financing is generally going to be the minimum. So for example, CHAFA would say you have to provide affordability for at least 25 years. If there was the desire or the requirement to go beyond that, that could be accomplished. But we just don't know what that would be at this point. So, but it is conceptually feasible to require something above and beyond what CHAFA or another entity may require.
Counselor Baker?
Thank you. A curious thing, this product, these 300 deed restricted, who owns them? Is this a rental product or is this an ownership product?
It is my understanding, again, this is very preliminary, but it's my understanding these would all be 300 rental units that would be owned presumably by the developer that develops the affordable units. Again, deed restrictions, there is different mechanisms in place to require long-term affordability. Those are generally, those are actually our requirements by the affordable housing financiers. Again, the deed restriction is just one of many types or ways to ensure that long-term affordability.
Okay, and so then at the end of the restriction period, whatever it is, the owner then wins the jackpot and has a market rate property, right?
That is correct, unless
Thank
there
you.
is a, okay.
Counselor Numela?
I was just going to provide some context for Mayor Pro Tem that Denver's doing 99 to just permanent deed restrictions for affordable housing. So I don't think it's out of line to be asking for something that's 30 or above.
Any other questions of staff or the applicant? Yes.
No, Mayor, with that, we stand ready to address any other questions the council may have.
Counselor Demott?
We're done with questions. If there's no other questions, I see Councilor Smith's light on. I was going to ask to go into the executive session. Is that what you were going to do? Okay. With that, I would like to make a motion to enter into an executive session with the city attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice concerning, including issue and persuasion to CRS section 24-6-402, 4B, and sections 1-11(3)(c)(3) of the Westminster Municipal Code. Or, sorry, let me go back. 1-11(3)(c)(3) and 8, it looks like, of the Westminster Municipal Code.
And if I could, Mayor Pro Tem, as for the issue to be addressed in the executive session, would it be fair to describe it as a discussion of the approval criteria under the Westminster Municipal Code?
Yes.
So if you're willing to amend your motion to include that, I think that would be more, informative.
Yep. I would amend it to include the issue to approval criteria under the municipal code.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to enter into executive session. What would you like us to do? You want us to go around and make sure everybody wants to go into executive session?
Or better with the microphone turned on. Yes, if you could poll your colleagues to ascertain that you have a majority that is wanting to go into the executive session.
Counselor Izadi?
Yes.
Counselor Numela?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Counselor Smith?
Yes.
Seymour?
Yes.
Counselor Baker?
Yes.
And myself, yes. We will be in executive session and we will return. Okay, we're back in session. It is 10:13. And we have a document that has been given to us that we went over. We're going to start with the different additional conditions and go one by one and talk about them and see where we each are. And then we will go from there. So not for this part, we're going to just talk about them. Number one, the applicant shall pay for 100% of the costs of all required on-site and off-site water, sanitary, sewer, storm, sewer, and other public infrastructure without any contribution from the city required to support the construction of all parcels. Mayor Pro Tem DeMott.
I am supportive of that, of number one.
I'm supportive of that as well.
Councilor Namella,
I'm supportive as well.
Councilor Seymour,
Supportive.
Councilor Izadi,
Supportive.
Councilor Baker,
No, I do not.
and I am. Number two, the applicant shall enter into a PIA with the city that requires surety sufficient to guarantee the required on-site and off-site improvements identified in number one above for the development of the parcels in accordance with section 11-6-C, 11-6-4 of the Westminster Code. I'll just go down. Councilor Izadi,
Supportive.
Councilor Namella,
Supportive.
Mayor Pro Tem DeMott,
Supportive.
Councilor Smith,
I support.
Councilor Seymour,
Support.
Councilor Baker. And I'm okay. Was that number two?
Yep.
Number three, city council must determine whether the land dedication alone of 12 acres per 1,000 persons would not serve the public interest in accordance with section 11-6-8. If the city council makes such determination, then it may approve the applicant's proposed combination of PLD and a fee in lieu of PLD or other combination, land dedication and fee in lieu acceptable to city council. Councilor Izadi.
I'm not supportive.
Councilor Namella.
I'll pass for now.
Mayor Pro Tem DeMott.
I'm supportive with the additions of 8 and 9. It's kind of a three-part. I'm supportive because of, I think that's what maybe where the holdup is.
And let me ask the attorney, is this like a two-part in here? You must determine whether the land dedication alone serves. If the city council makes such a term. Okay, so we have to say, never mind, I'm tired.
If council accepts the proposal by the applicant, then this condition can go away because that is already included in all the plans. If council does not agree with the condition and wants to propose an alternative, then council would propose that as a condition of approval, whatever that alternative is.
So you want to?
I'm supportive of it. Excuse me. I'm supportive of it as long as we do 8 and 9. And then I would like to see moving forward past tonight, if this passes, that a resolution be brought forward from staff to actually hold those funds for these parks.
Councilor Smith.
Yes, so my support of item 3 would be on the condition of 8 and 9 with the support of bringing a resolution forward for this council to approve.
Councilor Seymour.
Same conditions, yes, conditional on 8 and 9 being passed.
Councilor Baker.
I think we need to discuss this. We need to discuss this because I do not feel that we should have anything but 12 full acres per 1,000 people. And I think that is a discussion that this council should have.
Counselor Seymour?
I certainly understand Councilor Baker's concern. I also understand the fact that we have budget to make sure that these are the proper parks that are promised to people as well. And I think it's a two-part package for the city and from a budgetary standpoint. And I think we also need to then codify that, as Mayor Pro Tem said, is that if we are going to get cash in lieu, it should be specified funds. And so I think that's a critical part of it. I think those two things go hand in hand to deliver on the promise of what has not been delivered in the past.
Counselor Numella?
Yeah, I certainly went back and forth on, the relationship between the land and the fee in lieu. And I still would like to have some refinement of, just ensuring when you bring ODPs in that, especially those view corridors are the most sensitive for me. Having the option to actually focus the fee in lieu so that it actually benefits the community is helpful for me, and not taking the full land dedication. So it just brings, to me, if we can bring it forward as something people can enjoy now and provide some greater assurance, that seems to me to be a public benefit as well.
Counselor Uzadi?
I agree that we need to fix the mistakes of the past, right? Where there have been land dedications that have not gone towards its original intended purpose. In this case with Uplands, I believe that the public interest would best be served if the full land dedication was committed here. I think we need to make sure that we preserve particular spaces, this being one of them. As you all know, I'm a big proponent of affordable housing and so forth, but in this specific example, I think that public interest is best served with the full land dedication. I would love to see the parks actually developed, but we can find, or we should seek to find other sources for that. I would be open to a much higher dedication of land and maybe some piece that's cash in lieu, but I think I'm pretty firm on 100% land.
Mayor Pro Tem DeMont?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the conversation. And I think to Councilor Baker's point, this is the conversation that you're wanting. And that's what we're trying to have here. So to me, looking at this, my initial thought was, sure, I would love 100% land dedication. But sitting in this side of this conversation, many of these conversations for the last 4 years, I understand that we have a certain amount of funds, and that, as pointed out throughout this hearing, we have other park areas that haven't been funded yet. So to me, we have a rare opportunity to serve a portion of the city that doesn't have as many parks as other parts of the city. So this is kind of an opportunity that adds some excitement to this because of being able to do that and put that money actually towards parks that's going to benefit a part of town that is not as well served. I do have a question for the applicant to see if they would be open to this. One of the things that was brought up by staff was taking care of the property. So before, I'm just curious if the developer would be open to making sure that they help maintain that property until it's developed and handed over to the city to kind of help us get through, because there was also a good point brought up as far as, there's things that have to happen before they develop the property. So even with the money sitting there, until, you folks move forward, that's going to take some time.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem DeMont. We would 100% agree to cooperate with the city to help stabilize those pieces of land. We have had broad conversations with the existing farmer, Kurt Alstad. He has some equipment that we could use to stabilize the topsoil, putting in native grasses and wildflowers, and we could even do crusher fine trails and things like that. It would be a cooperation between the city and us, but we see it as very natural because we'll be doing the same things for future phases that we've graded, but will not be building for a while. So same aesthetic, same type of look. We would love to participate in that.
Great, thank you very much. So I would additionally like to see that codified inside of 8 or 9, but I still remain in support for those reasons. I think that, you know, again, it would be great to get 100%, but if we have 100% that doesn't end up usable for the public, then we really have nothing still. We just have fields, which are nice to look at. And I think we all think that the views there are good, but we do have an opportunity to provide some of those open spaces that I've certainly heard from the community you value.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I can't add much more than what my colleagues have, but understanding that we're preserving the view corridors now and to implement the dollars now for parks and adding the resolution for the 8 and 9, I guess, amendment or condition, excuse me, with from the applicant. I think it's important because this holds us, not only us accountable on the condition of that resolution, but holds future councils accountable as well. So that is the reason why I am moving forward with this. 100% land dedication would be ideal, but much to what my colleagues have mentioned, I think that this is important to understand the balance on withholding the view corridors as well as having the cash in lieu for dedication of the parks sooner rather than later.
And for me, Councillor Namela, I was the same way on any given moment and day since we've gotten all of this. I could argue both sides. I'd love a little bit more open space where the 84th and Federal that looks out into Denver. I would love that a little bit bigger. And if we took the full, maybe we could ask for that. But the opposite side is what you all have said. I look at the money and I look at what hasn't been able to be built, and the money, because it has other uses that it can be used for. I want some accountability for this, and this is a huge piece of property. I believe the people that live there deserve the open spaces and parks that they deserve. And so I've leaned towards the side of getting some money, having a lot. I think it's a nice size for the parks that are proposed and having the money to do something there, but also adding 8 and 9 so that we're sure in a resolution that comes back to council, however it has to be codified, that the money we get goes for this property. And if it's not us that sees it go forward, another council is going to have to come to the public to share why the money is not going to go there. So as best as I know, we can't tie up things, but in a way we need to tie up things because this is what's promised to this property and we need to codify that. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to remind myself that we are looking at an application to change the way the property is currently zoned and allowed to be used. The owners of the property have an absolute right to use their property as it is currently zoned. And we're not taking any of those rights away from the current owner. That is a right they have. What we have is we have an applicant who wants to use the property differently from the way it's been zoned and the way that it's been envisioned to be used in the comprehensive plan. To do that, he has to meet certain requirements of our code. And these have been known for long periods of time and everything else. And he's gone through a process with our city where we've attempted, hopefully in every way, to assist him in the matter. but he doesn't have to conform to what our suggestions are. It's quite clear in our code that we require 12 acres of property donation for each 1,000 residents in an organization. We've set that, hopefully, because we've learned from the past. We've learned from how previous councils may not have fully appreciated the impact of the choices they were making in the present. You know, it's always good to have money now, but it's hard to retrofit anything that we allow. That's one of the challenges that we're working with, aren't we? The equity of the old neighborhoods didn't have the vision to set aside property. They didn't think of it. They were much more to the task, state of the moment things. As a matter of fact, the major beneficiaries of some of the parks we're going to be building don't even live in Westminster because it's Shaw Heights. And Shaw Heights was a very frugal, thrifty product. And they did right through it. We have an opportunity to take from our past the lessons we've learned. And one of those lessons is the value of land. And how if we're going to have lots of people in a place, we need to have that land at that site. Like one of the wonderful things the city has done is the train station park. But it's not usable to most of the people in the city. We have to drive there. No one walks there, and it's on the wrong side of the railroad track. Another wonderful thing we have is the Big Dry Creek and the open space. It's not available to most of the people in the city. They would have to drive to get there. Land at the site is available to the people who live at the site. The applicant had a million choices to make. That's one of the joys of being an Imagineer. That's one of the joys of being a creator. That's one of the joys of being a capitalist, is you get to make all the choices. This applicant could have been offering us the same amount of land, and I would find it fine if he only had 3,800 people living there instead of 5,400. Because that's what the formula says. But if we want to put 5,400 people there, we need to set aside that land. And I know maybe we don't have the money to act on it now, but setting aside the land now to me is far more important. And that's why I think we should maintain the full requirement of our code. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
I think Councilor Azadi might have been.
Councilor Azadi.
Yeah, just wanted to add to my comment about serving the public interest here. The traffic safety is really my biggest concern. If we dedicate the full amount of public land, which is what the people want us to do, also that's all I've heard since I started this, since 7 months ago, really. But really, all of the traffic conversations that we had the last week have really opened my eyes to the fact that the congestion, the safety hazards, the risks here, it's probably not worth the money we would get to possibly update the parks and develop the parks that we want. What we do know, though, is this will definitely increase and congest and increase the risks of traffic in this area. And I'm not convinced that it's not that it is a manageable risk. I think this risk is much more potent than it shows on the documents. And I'm just not, and just wanted to add some color to the fact that as to why I don't think this serves the public interest to have that little public land dedication.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. one of the things that any government body in this country is charged with is protection of the rights of the individual, who, quite frankly, is the smallest minority in any group. The individual rights is the bedrock of what this country is about. So I'm just trying to understand, Councilor Baker, your concerns about, you talk about history, and if you look at the history that we were shown here, we were shown much denser possibilities 100 years ago on that same property. You're telling me that we are protecting the rights of the individual by saving his property from it being developed, when his value in his property is the ability to decide what he wants to do with it and if he wants to sell it to this developer. I mean, the land, in my mind, at some point is zoned for development. It's currently zoned for development. We're looking at one that actually is making less people on it than it is making more. So I'm just trying to understand, where you're going in that with it, because the other thing that I've heard from you a couple times through this process, and just a few minutes ago, was that we have to adhere to the code, but we are adhering to the code. So I do take some exception to that, just because I am not going to go along with something that doesn't adhere to our code, because I don't think that would be fair. But the code does allow for cash in lieu of. It is a practice that has happened for a very long time. And if we dislike that code, we should look at that code down the road. I don't think that it's right to look at it now, because we're changing the rules midstream on somebody, which I also don't think is fair. But I want to give some light to that, because I do think we are adhering to the code by allowing the cash in lieu. We could go the other way. I think that the majority has stated why we want to go that way, but I think that those points are, worth noting. And if you, have extra context that you want to share, I'm open to listening. But that's where I'm still at with it. I still think that this is beneficial. Maybe in a perfect world, we would be able to do 100% and have, parks built there and funded. But with that, I will yield back.
City Attorney Frankel, do we need to do the 5, 7, 8, 9?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, if council is ready to address number 4, I've emailed draft language for your consideration that could be added on to the terms of condition number 4. And if you'd like, I can read it into the record. The proposed language that I've crafted for council's consideration for adding on to number 4 would be, for the purpose of Westminster Charter Section 8.10 only, if this application is approved, second reading of the approving ordinance shall be considered to be its effective date.
And that's for number 4.
Yes, this is for number 4, which addresses the proposed delayed effective date for entitlements.
Do we need to read what we have and then make a motion to amend, or?
Thank you for the question. I think it would be more efficient. I'm taking notes as you all speak, and I will incorporate your changes, and I can read them aloud before we ask the applicant, or you could even ask the applicant if they're in agreement with that condition as you go through each one, or I can read them all, and we can have a conversation of whether I captured everything and whether the applicant agrees with what's proposed.
In just number 4 or all of them? My question
Well,
was,
you could do them separately, or I've been writing, I've been capturing all of your comments. You can wait until the end. I can provide you with a clean copy of all the conditions.
so read number 4, and then we have this.
Read,
additional.
if you are if you accept the language, then there is some language that was provided to you to replace the language in a memo provided to you previously. I could read that for you. It would just say, Councilors Bill number 49, the PDP and the Parcel A MODP will become effective upon the recording of a deed in the real property records of Adams County from Pillar of Fire to Westminster OC or its assignee, such recorded deed to be provided by Westminster OC to the city. If a deed from Pillar of Fire to Westminster OC or its assignee is not recorded on or before 2 years from the date of approval of Councilors Bill number 49, the PDP and the Parcel A MODP, they shall not become effective. And then City Attorney Frankel's additional language would be added to that.
And would you explain to the public why this is important, we believe, to the public?
I'd be glad to, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. And this application proposes a delayed effective date if it is granted. And Westminster's Charter 8.10 contemplates that if a referendary petition is to be filed seeking to overturn an approval, that clock starts and only lasts for 30 days from the effective date. And rather than having an uncertain effective date that might be hovering for the next 2 years, my recommendation would be to have some language making it very clear that for the purpose of the charter, second reading of any approving ordinance would be considered to be the effective date. So we had some certainty should there be a desire for a referendary petition on this matter.
Thank you.
Would it be possible if I address this? My name is Sarah Rockwell from Kaplan Kirsch and Rockwell. We represent, we're the attorneys for the developer.
Oh.
I would like to take at the appropriate time to take a brief break to discuss that language because I'm not convinced that that language actually works for the landowner in terms of our agreement with the landowner. So we need to actually see exactly what the wording is that you're proposing and consider it internally before we can agree to it because we don't have the authorization from the landowner to be able to agree to that.
Okay, and the wording is in it. It says for purposes of the Westminster Charter, section 8.1.
Could I have a copy of it?
Sure, but it says only for purposes of that section only.
That's why I want to read it. I want
Okay.
to understand it. Thank you.
So what do we need to do with number 4?
I think we should move on to the next one and wait until the applicant is able to contact whomever they need to contact.
Okay. Number 5. All future site-specific ODPs for parcels A, B, C, D, and E that include a park shall contain a note that states private parks and any other parks shown on this ODP shall be available for use by the general public. A public access easement shall be recorded on the final plat for this ODP.
Just wondering for some of the view corridors. Sorry, just thought about this. Whether a conservation easement would be helpful or not, or useful to ensure that we don't use the public space for anything else.
Councilor, I believe that the city would be the owner of the land. It's going to be dedicated to and deeded to the city so that conservation easement well, it'll be in the city's ownership. So I think that might address your concern about potentially changing that use away from a view corridor.
Okay, so we've never undone open space, dedicated open space. Does it, I mean, if it's dedicated as PLD, it's like, is it as good as having a conservation easement? I guess that would be my question.
No. There are many requirements for terminating a conservation easement, but in this case, for it to change, for the PLD to change, council would need to change that pursuant to a PDP amendment. Does that answer your question?
So in the future, it could be changed if that council wanted to, if some future council wanted to change the PDP.
It could be changed, but there would need to be a reason for the change, like some kind of change in the plans, something that warranted that change. Well, right, and that Attorney Frankel brings up a good point. That would require the consent of the applicant as well to sign off on that document.
Okay.
Councillor Seymour.
And Mayor, doesn't, and Attorney Frankel, Ms. Decker can discuss this, but isn't number 5 primarily dealing with the private parks that they're a private internal park, but they're accessible to the public? Isn't that what that really deals with?
Well, it's sort of it has two purposes. The first purpose is that all the initial site-specific ODPs, to clarify, because council asked about it during the hearing, to clarify that the initial site-specific development plans would need to go through Planning Commission and City Council. And then they could be 2 separate conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
In interest of starting the polling on this, I'm in support of number 5.
Councillor Izadi.
Supportive.
Councillor Numella.
Supportive.
Councillor Smith.
I support.
Councillor Seymour.
Support.
Councillor Baker.
No.
And I'm a yes. So that brings us to so 7 becomes 6.
There will be a number of changes to the number of conditions. So as long as we know which one you're referring to, we can address that.
No fewer than 300 for-rent units shall be constructed on the project and made available to households earning no more than 80% of an area median income, adjusted for household size. To ensure their long-term affordability, such units shall be subject to deed restrictions consistent with the requirements of the entity providing tax credit or other assistance for the construction of such units, which deed restrictions shall not be less than 25 years. The applicant shall work with the city's Office of Economic Development as appropriate to fulfill this condition. The permitting and commencement of the construction of the affordable units shall be completed prior to 50% of the permitting of the market rate apartment homes and subject to CHAPA and the Adams County Housing Authority. Councillor Izadi.
I am not supportive because I'd like to see a few changes. I would like the proportion of affordable housing to be doubled without raising the total. So from 300 to 600. I'd like the maximum AMI to be 60%, not 80%. And I'd like to see the deed restriction have a lifespan of 50 years versus 25 years.
Councillor Numella.
I'd like to one-up your deed restriction. I'd like to see it in perpetuity in reality. And I still think, while I really do want to see a high proportion of the affordable units be lower than 80%, I think giving some flexibility on how that's achieved, knowing that there are a lot of different ways to fund these projects. I think that's still okay for me, at least. And then the other thing would just be to clarify the timing of that affordable housing, and not entirely sure what 50% of the permitted market rate apartment units might be, but I would just propose it would be no more than 300 multifamily units, market rate multifamily units, or less. I mean, happy to go less, maybe 100, whatever. But just to put a number to the timing, that no more than 300 multifamily units could be permitted. You guys could fix the wording there, but maybe the applicant can clarify what actually a reasonable number might be that is close to half.
Thank you, Councilor Nermella. I think I might address first the number of homes. We were requested to provide a threshold. I think this was, everybody was trying to tie it to similar typology, other multifamily units. I think what might be more instructive is just tying it to total units, period, in the project. I'm sorry, in the community. And so it would be more than 300, but that would encapsulate both for sale and multifamily units. And so we felt like that was a better trigger for us all. And we would agree to something like that. In terms of 300 multifamily units, the challenge is that if we're going to have permitted the 300 affordable at the same time, we will have permitted the 300 other, we will have had to have gone simultaneously with all 600 immediately per this language. That's why we think it's easier to do something like a certain number of units. Half of the community would be 1,175 units, and we would be happy to agree to that condition that we would replace the language here that read prior to 50% of the permitting of the market rate apartment homes, and say prior to permitting of the 1,176th home, period, of any type. Or we're also, this is a discussion, so we're here to answer your questions. The other thing I would mention is permanently putting a deed restriction is not feasible for either maker or our other affordable housing builder. We did get in touch with them on the break. They did say that the range is typically what they're seeing when you line up federal tax credits, community development loans, community block grants, 25 to 35 years. And so they would extend to 35 years. Past that, we can't commit to that because we're already under agreement with them. I just want to make sure I'm clear that's your Adams County Housing Agency. That's where sort of they and the private affordable builders would be comfortable extending.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem DeMont.
So this gets back to my earlier point that I brought up because I know that it's, in this case, it's Adams County. Those things could change. We're not certain how long this development is going to take. So with that being said, I would be open to language that was akin to saying maximum allowed by, I don't know the right language, but maximum allowed by, whatever matches up with the housing authority, if that makes sense what I'm going after. I would be supportive of extending that to whatever sense it makes, I guess, is my point. The other thing is I actually have concerns about pushing too many units and getting away from that mix for the reasons that we heard. As far as one of the things that we've certainly heard from the community is about density, and that's where we came to the conversation about number of floors. And if we push that too much, and you could speak to this if you want, my fear would be that we're forcing you into more dense housing to make it pan out and make the numbers work for you. So I'm open to it being more if we're not putting you in that position. Is that something you could speak to?
Mayor Pro Tem Demont, I want to make sure I understand the question.
So Councilor Azadi had said that he would be in favor of saying 600 versus 300. And so my concern with that is if I say 600 and at the same time we're saying, hey, down the road, we don't want to see 5-story buildings, that we're not giving you an opportunity to not show us 5-story buildings because we're saying we want too much affordable multifamily. And so I'm trying to understand, is there a mix that avoids that, but maybe moves the mark a little bit for Councilor Azadi's point?
Yes, now I understand. Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Azadi, I would love to be able to commit to 600 or more affordable homes. That's my background. I have a background in Section 42 low-income housing tax credits. Unfortunately, with $40 million for municipal infrastructure and 40 acres of land, and the other requirements of the community to construct it and make it a reality, it's just not financially feasible for us to devote more into the affordable bucket. What we would say is we have a very, very volitional and purposeful approach to attainable by design houses. I mentioned earlier, we're already under agreement for those cottages. We need to process that plat at 84th and Federal, and I believe that is what part of what you're looking for. It is not 50% or 60% or below AMI, but it is, in terms of the bell curve of folks that need and are looking for homes, a massive need, that 80 to 120% target.
With that being said, I'm supportive of this with whatever language to extend the deed restriction. And this being, my hope would be that you stay true to this as the bottom threshold and you look at ways to push that. And it sounds like that's what you're telling us. So with that being said, I'm supportive of number 6 with those tweaks. 6 in the future, 7 on the paper.
Thank you. I am supportive of 6 as written.
Councilor Seymour.
I'm supportive with the working in the language of maximum allowable deed period. And then I do prefer the 50% of the 1,176 units rather than tying it just into the apartment units.
Councilor Baker.
No.
I too like Councilor Nurmela's thoughts, and I agree with whatever the language is for the deed of the person that does that. Can I ask a question? I know we had some come up in Westminster recently that had been under that, and then they can either go back out to regular market or they can reapply or get under it again. And we've had some of that happen in Westminster. So how would this work? Could they re-up again to be?
Madam Mayor, that is correct. After the deed restriction period lapses, the governmental period, they can reapply for new federal tax credits. And that's oftentimes what happens. And that entails capital expenditures to revamp the units after a couple of decades.
Thanks. So I'm good with the changes that have been proposed. Councilor Numela.
Can I ask my colleagues to at least go to 35 years, since that's clearly what Maker and the others have said is possible as a minimum?
Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem Demont.
I am open to that. I just would ask that we give ourselves flexibility in the language that if is allowed longer, that we allow for it to get to your initial ask of in perpetuity.
I'm okay with it. Councilor Seymour?
Well, yeah, I believe that's what I mentioned as far as maximum allowable. I mean, if we can't get a deal done at 35, then we're not going to get any deal done. So my point is maximum allowable in the market.
Okay, I've not seen anything get 25 lately and be limited to that. So I think 35 is very reasonable, and especially since the developers who are already in tow have said that this is something achievable, I say we push it and get a higher community benefit here.
I'll concede that point then.
Councilor Smith?
I'm good with as presented.
Counselor Baker?
Madam Mayor, as I'm trying to capture council's intent on this, let me see if I've got it right. Are we staying with 300 units? First question. And then are we staying at 80% of AMI? Second question. Okay. Then are we going to 35 years on the deed restriction, not less than 35 years? Or do you want some other language added to that?
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think it was 35 years as a minimum with maximum allowed.
Okay. So 35 years as a minimum or the maximum allowable permitted by law or financing conditions? Is that the intent?
May I approach?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Madam Mayor and City Attorney Frankel, I might suggest something that would be, there's some language at the very bottom, the last few words, subject to CHAFA and Adams County Housing Authority. And I think maybe something similar could be applied to the deed restriction. And we would live with that.
Okay. And then my last question would be the metrics for performance. These should be completed prior to 50% is the original draft of the permitting market rate apartments. Or are we going to go with a number, which I think might be what staff had recommended, some kind of a measurable number of units?
I think the applicant had given a number of overall units, and I don't remember what the 1,100.
1176.
1176.
I think that's
Okay.
what we were all agreeing.
1176
Yeah.
then. Thank you.
Anything else we need for that one so that you're clear? Attorney Frankel, would you reread everything so that people know the numbers that are going to be in the motion?
I think I captured everything. No fewer than 300 for-rent units shall be constructed within the PDP and made available to households earning no more than 80% of area median income, AMI, adjusted for household size. To ensure their long-term affordability, such units shall be subject to deed restrictions consistent with the entity providing the tax credit or other assistance for the construction of such units, which deed restriction shall be the maximum allowed by CHAFA and the Adams County Housing Authority, but no less than 35 years. The applicant shall work with the city's Office of Economic Development as appropriate to fulfill this condition. The permitting and commencement of construction of the affordable units shall be completed prior to 1,176 residential unit permits. This is the part let's see. Units shall be completed prior to 1,176 permits for residential units are issued, subject to CHAFA and the Adams County Housing Authority. I could probably clean up that last sentence a little bit.
Any other comments? Councilor Azadi.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the applicant. What was the number that you gave? You said the average. So when the AMI is from 10 to 80%, the average typically comes out to, did you say 60?
Councilor Sadi, that's exactly correct. I mean, that's from their past projects. That's not a sort of a metric that is regulated or codified, but the range is. And typically what they find is that it falls around 60% as net.
And are you saying that there is no way you can increase from 300 in any capacity?
What I'm saying is that I'm going to do my best over the course of this community to provide more affordable homes. What we can afford and what the project will find feasible is 300 maximum today. I would note there is no requirement for any affordable homes within the city of Westminster. We brought this to the table volitionally. This was not something that the staff requested of us in order to advance this application. I would also note that eliminating those folks between 60 and 80% that need housing, they're not going to qualify for anything else. They're not, meaning if we capped it at 60% as opposed to 80, those folks between 60 and 80 are not going to qualify for any sort of assistance, and they're in a tough time finding market rate housing. So we do believe that area between 60 and 80 needs to be addressed, especially in this neighborhood.
Thank you. The reason why I'm pushing on this is because I think that there is a need, a probably greater need for folks below that to find housing. So I do sympathize with what you're saying, but to solve the housing crisis, you mentioned that it's more housing, right? I think we have a lack of affordable housing, real affordable housing, and we call housing affordable often. That's not affordable for most people. That's why I can't support this, but you've heard me already. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, number 7, which is our old 8. 100% of the proposed PLD and view quarters as shown in the PDP shall be dedicated to the city concurrent with the approval of the plat for parcel A. Mr. Baker? Councilor Seymour?
Yes.
Councilor Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, but this is the area I think that it makes sense to have some sort of commitment in this number that the applicant, to his word, will help us take care of that property and help develop.
Councilor
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like us to suggest language or your legal counsel to take an attempt?
Either one of you. I would rather it not be me.
I do have one question. I'd rather it not be me too. Just clarify. I want to make sure I understand what kind of assistance are we talking about, covering the costs and performing the stabilization and maintenance, or are we talking about sharing those together as the city and the applicant?
What?
Hey, you want to drive me to dinner and buy 2? I'll let you. You tell me.
Attorney Frankel?
Mayor, if I could, I think Ms. Ankeny from Parks, Rec, and Libraries might be a good resource to give some guidance.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Nicole Ankeny, Senior Landscape Architect, Parks, Recreation, and Libraries Department. I think when it comes to the maintenance and the interim, I think that we could look at either option, either at having a funding source to have city staff take that on, or we could potentially have the developer themselves take on the maintenance. If Lance Johnson is available, our acting director, I would ask for his assistance with the maintenance side.
Sorry, I stepped out. If you could maybe repeat the question and I can maybe answer it. I'm sorry, I stepped out, so if you could maybe repeat the question, I can answer that for you.
Whoops, here's what's before us. 100% of the proposed PLD and view corridors as shown in the PDP shall be dedicated to the city concurrent with the approval of the plat for parcel A.
And so the intent was earlier on, staff had mentioned concern about being able to take care of the property until it's developed. The developer sounded like they're open to some sort of partnership to take care of that property until the park is developed. We're trying to understand what kind of agreement might come into fruition to codify in a motion.
I think if there was a partnership, it'd have to be at a minimum 50-50. I mean, we've already have plenty of parks to take care of right now, and not any extra funding on our side to be able to do, it'll be very difficult to do that. So I think we'd have to kind of talk through that and see how that would look in the future. If it was an immediate, that would be very difficult to do. But if it was down the road in a couple of years, where we could see what our budgets look like and staffing looks like, and then be working with the developer on how we would work that out as far as a maintenance agreement until those parks are developed. It's kind of a hard one to predict at this point, but we could probably figure something out. But there are a number of things from our side, on the city side, that would be that we need to talk about within staff and figure out how we would actually staff that if we were coming to some type of agreement. It would require more staff in one way, shape, or form.
May I make a suggestion? The condition can provide that we will enter into a mutually acceptable maintenance agreement. I think costs are going to be an issue, but I think the actual performance of that work is things that we're going to be doing already. And so I think maybe if we're doing that already and there's a cost recovery, that would feel fair to us. And so I think maybe there's a chance for us to work that out, but probably not at the dais.
I think that would be acceptable language if both staff and the applicant are good with that. So Mr. Frankel captured that. I would be supportive.
Yeah, I don't know if we could add to make it this mutually acceptable maintenance agreement that would be entered into in order to make this land accessible to the community as soon as possible.
Okay. Not sure about access, but how about with the parties entering into a mutually acceptable maintenance agreement? I don't know that we want to necessarily have the public accessing land that isn't yet ready to be accessed, but the cost of maintenance, if that's the goal, would be addressed by this mutually acceptable maintenance agreement. Would that be acceptable?
Councilor Normella, the concern I would have with that language is that, as City Attorney Frankel points out, if the activation process hasn't started yet, the design, construction, and the seeking of public input, then it may not be ready for public access in that event. If there was language in there, we would have to ready it for public access, and that would be both the city and our obligation. So I guess I agree with the attorney on this.
If I may, part of the reason for the challenge with access may be quite literally the access. If we do not have roadways and utility infrastructure in place to get there, then we may not have a way to really ensure that access. So we want to make sure that when we are providing access, that we do have the appropriate and accessible means to get there. To at least two of those proposed public land dedications currently aren't accessible from any roadway at all.
Mr. Frankel, did you have something? Oh. I'll start.
I guess, what are we approving? Are we approving it as is or?
They're fixing it.
Just so we're all on the same page, I have condition number 8 reading as follows. 100% of the proposed PLD and view corridors shown in the PDP shall be dedicated to the city concurrent with the approval of the plat for parcel A, with the parties entering into a mutually acceptable maintenance agreement. And if I have gotten that wrong, please let me know and I'll fix it.
Counselor Nermella?
I think it was until the sites are, until they're developed, until they're fully developed, but the maintenance agreement would be, I think that's one of the ideas. That wouldn't go on forever.
Thank you. I have a suggestion. Instead of adding it after the sentence about the PLD being and the timing of the dedication, that I have that as a separate condition, and then the second one being if the city council directs the formation of a special revenue fund for this project in order to direct all payment of fees in lieu of land dedication paid by applicant. Oh, you know what? I love drafting conditions on the fly. It should be under the dedication one. Dave is correct, but the language I had to reflect council's direction was a mutually acceptable maintenance agreement shall be entered into between the applicant and the city until the land is developed for its intended use.
I like it.
Counselor Seymour?
No, I like that language because the key here, what we were trying to get at is that we want to have that not turn into a big mud pit and that then it's even damaged more. So maintenance agreement is appropriate. So, and I'm in favor.
Counselor Baker? Counselor Smith?
Thank you. Could you read one more time what we're approving?
I will certainly try. 100% of the proposed PLD and view corridors, as shown in the PDP, shall be dedicated to the city concurrent with the approval of the plat for parcel A. A mutually acceptable maintenance agreement shall be entered into between the applicant and the city until the land is developed for its intended use.
And we mean that as far as when it's developed, we would take O&M, the operation and maintenance of it. Is
Yes,
that what
but I would defer
understand?
to Parks on that.
Yes, Counselor Smith, that is correct.
Okay. And this is agreeable with staff and what we can withstand as far as staffing and handling the O&M of the parks.
I think as we go through further discussions, we'd certainly have to get to that point. Would I say, yes, we could do that right this minute? No, I will not say that. But as we talk further, I think we'll be able to find a way to do that. We're pretty resilient within parks, and we can find a way to probably do that if it's the best interest of the city and the development.
Okay. Then I would be in agreement.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Namella?
Yes.
Counselor Izadi?
Yes.
And I'm okay with it. Okay, number 8 or 9, whichever on your sheet. If the city council directs the formation of a special revenue fund for this project in order to direct all payments of fees in lieu of land dedication paid by the applicant to be used solely within the boundaries of the PDP for improvements within the PLD, then the applicant shall pay the city 100% of the estimated fee in lieu amount concurrent with the approval of the plat for parcel A.
Mayor, I'm supportive with the expectation that staff is going to bring forward a resolution to us in relatively short order in the next couple of months that would basically take those funds and put a reserve on them so that we assure they stay inside this development.
Counselor Numella?
I feel the same way. So, yeah, and if we could put like a date on it, maybe by the second hearing for this or whenever, some sort of date certain on the resolution. Or
Counselor
time frame.
Lusardi?
I agree. I think there should be a date, specific date as to when that resolution will come in the language of this. So I would support if there is a specific date for that resolution.
Counselor Smith?
I approve under the condition of a resolution by council.
Counselor Seymour?
Same.
Counselor Baker?
No.
And I'm good. All right.
Mayor, just council for the benefit of all, this would be effective on the plat. So just so we're understanding, the delayed effective date of the project generally means I think the plat might be 2 years out, up to 2 years out, if I'm not mistaken. So just so you have that understanding as well.
Yeah, I think the purpose was we can't encumber other councils, but if it's in a resolution form, then they have to come to the public and publicly say why they're taking away or doing something. So at least the community's aware that if somebody else was going to change something, they know they have to answer to the public.
Understood. Thank you.
Counselor Numella?
For clarification's sake, I'm trying to understand. So I know we have this delayed effective date, but is that, I'm trying to understand how that affects, like if this is platted, would you guys plat this before the effective date or would you explain it to me? What?
I thought they were meaning that the effective date is when we're going to get a resolution, sooner than later.
We can get a resolution to council whenever you'd like, but understanding that the plat may not occur for up to 2 years.
Right.
If I may,
Right.
Councilor Numella, I think what City Attorney Frankel is just pointing out that effective date of all of what we're doing tonight is far before then. But by the time that your staff and management process ODPs and plats, it could be a while. I'm not sure about 2 years, but I certainly hope it'd be quicker than that. But there will be time between now and the time that we have this plat for parcel A, which is when we would make this cash in lieu payment to the special revenue fund and dedicate all the land. Am I correct?
Well, sir, perhaps I'm misunderstanding the delayed effective date of the whole entitlement, but I thought that the goal was to have your entitlement effective up to 2 years into the future.
So that's basically the reason that provision is in there and the additional condition is in there, Attorney Frankel, is that the landowner does not wish these entitlements to become effective on their property, change the entitlement package on their property until deed has been transferred, until we close on the land, which is what your office has been constructing with this additional condition. I would presume that the plat for parcel A that would trigger the dedication of the land and the cash would be much after that closing, right, of the land, and therefore recordation and the effective date of the entitlements for this evening. Does that help? I don't think the intent is to hold all of our entitlements for 2 years. It's only to make sure that the landowner has sold the property before these entitlements take effect. Am I getting that correct? Can't give it to you.
Excuse me, Sarah Rockwell. 2 years is just the outside date for that effective date. That doesn't mean that they're planning to take 2 years to close, right?
No, I think the idea is that things happen and that's certainly not the intent. We'd like to get on with things.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just making sure that basically the money we do the resolution and that means that when the money comes in, that we have a place for it. It's allocated. That is all.
Counselor Izadi?
So if 2 years is the outside window, I'm curious then, does that imply that we cannot find money in our city budget so let's say it takes the full 2 years. I would hope that this council will embark on a budget journey to find money that may exist to actually start developing parks. What would happen if we find that money before this 2 years is up? That might be a question for you. How would that change this if we agree to 2 years and that hasn't happened yet? If the plat hasn't happened yet and we find money from somewhere else to develop the parks that we're intending to in this area, what happens to this?
Council can budget, absolutely, but the land won't be dedicated until the plat occurs. So basically won't have land to build upon, to improve until the plat occurs.
Is it, so if potentially if we're looking at budgets for the next year or two, we could allocate money from the budget and put it into the special revenue fund as a savings account?
So I don't believe the funding comes in before the plat either.
Does the special revenue fund get set up on its own with this resolution that we could put money into earlier than later? And then we could add to it when the fees in lieu are collected? I think that's what Councilor Izadi was asking.
Well, that wasn't, but that's a really good question too. That's a really good point. Can we create this special fund and just kind of use it as a savings account for parks, basically? If we find money, just the city itself, just start using it for park only spending.
Yes, I believe it's within council's authority to budget annually. And yes, if you want to dedicate funding to construct parks, you can set that funding aside. I would probably, to the details of the budgeting process, defer to Mr. Andrews and his team to address how, fund balance would be carried forward if it wasn't spent in a given year.
But that resolution that you'll bring to us, that would include the flexibility to use it that way? To use that fund that way? Or would that resolution be specific to Uplands funding for those parks?
So the resolution I understood specific to tonight's hearing would be specific to the Uplands parks, yes.
Thank you.
I polled everybody on this. I don't know if I've polled you or not. Mr. Baker? Counselor Seymour?
Yes.
Counselor Smith?
Yes, upon the resolution.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, upon the resolution.
Counselor Nermella?
Yes, with the resolution.
Counselor Izadi?
Yes, with the resolution.
And I'm a yes. Sorry, I talked so much, I didn't know where we were. Okay, we need a break?
I believe that you guys need some time to craft this for us so that we can.
I do have one outstanding issue with the owner and the acceptance by the applicant. Okay, okay. Sure.
You need 10 or 15? 15? 10? Okay. See you in 10. We're just waiting for our attorney to work with the language with everybody that needs to look at it before it comes to us for votes. Okay, council's ready to continue. I need on the record, is the applicant okay with all of our changes?
Madam Mayor, we are prepared to accept all these changes and all these additional conditions with one exception. I think we would request to change one word in additional condition 6 at the bottom of page 1 on my printout. There is a fragment of a sentence that begins, restriction shall be the maximum, and it says allowed by the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, etc. We have been in touch with our partners, and we do need that to be changed to required as opposed to allowed. It is difficult when both Chaffa and Maker have the options to do things that Councilor Nermello was referencing, 60, 80, 99-year terms. However, a lot of those are matched with really creative funding mechanisms. And if in this case, because Maker did not take all of the affordable homes, they just didn't have the capacity, they brought a partner in, they will own their own. Maker Housing will own their own affordable homes, and I'm sure they will push for permanent. However, that which they do not own is a different matter because that is not owned by the Housing Authority, and therefore they have to go out and get Section 42 tax credits. So that's the reason. And I hope I explained myself well, but I'm here to take questions as well.
Councilor Nermello?
So as long as the bottom line is 35 years minimum?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And we will seek for more than that. We just want it to be feasible and get built.
Councilor Smith?
Thank you. I'd like to understand, because it looks like in item 8, it was added for or directly benefit the development or the adjacent community, then the applicant shall pay to the city 100% of the estimated fee in lieu. That's different than what was handed out to us originally. So that's not just item 6, that's also number 8. So talk to me about that condition.
Councilor Smith, I can answer that question. It was actually PRNL that requested that change due to the fact that there might be property nearby that becomes available that would directly benefit the development in the community surrounding it. And if we have that restriction that it can only be used solely within the development, they wouldn't be able to use it for that.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem DeMont?
I'm just curious if everybody's comfortable because I thought we were pretty hard-nosed that we wanted that to stay. So I guess I'm not following the thought there.
It is different, and it again, it was requested by PRNL. That is, if council desires that I go back to the language we had previously, I think the applicant is fine with that, and it's in council's discretion.
Councilor Nermello?
So with this fund, would we have the ability to prove where these funds would ultimately be spent? So if there was a property that Parks and Rec brought us and said, 1, we want to improve this park in the neighborhood directly adjacent here, or 2, we would love to purchase this property to extend an open space connection or whatever, that we would be able to make that judgment?
I will defer to Nicole Ankeny since we had the discussion on that issue.
Yes, that's an excellent question. And we would handle that through the budgetary process so that council would have an opportunity to make sure that those funds were being applied properly. One other example I might give would be a trail connection. If we had a situation where a park had been developed and the only thing remaining would be a connection immediately adjacent to, but outside of the current PDP, we would not be allowed to use the funds for that. So we want to make sure that the adjacent community and neighborhoods has the full benefits, and that council has the authority to exercise some level of flexibility in that case.
Councilor Izadi?
I would just like to request that it goes back to the previous language. I think the original intent of that language was to avoid arbitrary decision-making, whether of future councils or staff, right? We want to make sure the money for this goes for this and this only. The more we add stuff in, the more that could really start to get to a Bradburn situation over time.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I agree with Councilor Zadi.
Anyone else? Councilor Seymour?
I agree with returning that as Councilor Azadi stated.
Councilor Namella?
I'm on the fence only because I'd like to make sure we could approve it, but we'd have, if there was a clear nexus to benefiting the community, the surrounding community, we don't know what that might be. So I could be flexible on this, so I'm not as adamant about returning it back.
Councilor Baker? Nothing? Councilor Smith?
I'm in the same boat as Councilor Normella. I'm open to the discussion.
I'm okay to go back to how we had it because we were pointed in our rationale and reasons, but it's up to the majority.
Thank you, Mayor. If there's consensus, then I would propose an amendment to condition number 8, which would delete text on the 4th line that reads, or directly benefit the development or the adjacent community. With that deletion, condition number 8 will read, if the City Council directs the formation of a special revenue fund for this project in order to direct all payments of fees in lieu of land dedication paid by applicant to be used solely within the boundaries of this PDP or improvements within the PLD. There's a typo. That should say PDP, comma, then the applicant shall pay to the city 100% of the estimated fee in lieu amount concurrent with the approval of the first plat or parcel A, period. If additional dwelling units beyond 2,350 units are approved, comma, the applicant shall provide the required additional fees in lieu at the time of ODP approval, period.
Any other comments? And with the attorney for the landowners, is everything okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, hearing all of that, I am closing the hearing, and do we have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 49, amending the zoning map of the area known as the Uplands containing 230.96 acres located in the city of Westminster to plan unit development, subject to additional conditions. Additional conditions shall mean, number 1, the applicant shall pay for 100% of the cost of all required on-site, off-site water, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, and other public infrastructure without any contribution from the city, required to support the construction of parcels A, B, C, D, and E. Number 2, the applicant shall enter into a PIA with the city that requires surety, can't read late at night, surety sufficient to guarantee the required on-site and off-site improvements identified in condition 1 above the development of parcels A, B, C, D, and E in accordance with section 11-6-4 W of the Westminster Municipal Code. Number 3, Councilor's Bill number 49, the PDP and the parcel A MODBP will become effective upon the recording of the deed in real property records of Adams County from Pillar of Fire Westminster OC or its assignee. Such recorded deed to be provided by Westminster OC to the city if the deed from the Pillar of Fire to the Westminster OC or its assignee is not recorded on or before 2 years from the date of approval of Councilor Bill number 49, the PDP and the parcel A MODP shall not become effective for purposes of the Westminster Charter Section 8.10 only if rezoning is approved. Second reading of the approving ordinance shall be considered to be its effective date. Number 4, all initial future site-specific ODPs for parcel A, B, C, D, and E shall be brought to the Planning Commission and City Council for review and approval. Number 5, all future site-specific ODPs for parcel A, B, C, D, and E that include a park shall contain a note that states private parks shown on this ODP shall be available for use by general public. A public access easement shall be recorded on the final plat for this ODP. Number 6, no fewer than 300 for-rent units shall be constructed within the PDP and made available to households earning no more than 80% of the area median income, adjusted for household size, to ensure their long-term affordability. Such units shall be subject to deed restrictions consistent with the entity providing the tax credit or other assistance for construction of such units, which deed restriction shall be the maximum required by Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, Maker Housing Partners, or other entity providing the tax credit or other assistance, but no less than 35 years. The applicant shall work with the city's Office of Economic Development as appropriate to fulfill this condition. The permitting and commencement of construction of the affordable unit shall be completed prior to the permitting of the 1,176th residential unit, subject to allocation of necessary tax credits. Number 7, 100% of the proposed PLD and view corridors as shown in the PDP shall be dedicated to the city concurrent with approval of first plat for parcel A. A mutually acceptable maintenance agreement shall be entered into between the applicant and the city to address maintenance until the land is developed for its intended use. Number 8, if the city council directs the formation of a special revenue fund for this project in order to direct all payments of fees in lieu of land dedication paid by the applicant to be used solely within the boundaries of the PDP for improvements within the PDP, then the applicant shall pay to the city 100% of the estimated fee in lieu amount concurrent with the approval of the first plat for parcel A. In addition, if additional dwelling units beyond 2,350 units are approved, the applicant shall provide the required additional fees in lieu at the time of ODP approval.
Councilor Smith?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to rezone the parcels to PUD subject to the additional conditions, and 1 through 8 were read. Is there any further discussion?
Apologies, works better turned on. Suggestion, if I might, that now that the conditions of approval have been read into the record, if the applicant could be heard The question I would have is the applicant accepting all of those conditions of approval?
The applicant, thank you. The applicant accepts all conditions to approval.
Thank you. Counselor Smith?
And I just want to confirm that we're approving all 8 conditions at once, correct? Okay. Thank you.
Correct.
And from here on out, we'll just refer to them. Counselor Baker?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm a little bit confused because I thought we were going to engage in a deliberative process as judges coming into this quasi-judicial situation. I really thought we were going to engage in a deliberative process where we might have had a leaning from all the testimony we heard, but then to hammer out amongst ourselves the pros and cons and how the applications met all the requirements in our code. We've had a deliberative process for the last hour, but it seemed to presuppose we were going to approve this project. Was that a foregone conclusion? Or are we making the decision to approve the process now? Are we going to bring our leanings that we've gained from all the testimony we've been really presented in all the plans, and then amongst ourselves weigh the pros and cons of it and ask the curiosity questions and then come to a final resolution, which of course doesn't have to be universal. But I thought that was the process we were going to deliberate on. Like I could be Justice Ginsburg, and someone could be Justice Scalia, and someone could be Justice Robert, and we talk amongst ourselves the pros and cons. Because I see some failures in the applicant's application to meet our codes. The first one being the land dedication. I think tangible physical land where people will live is much more valuable than money in lieu of. And in the case of adding over 5,000 people to our really community, I think land for them to have is going to be very valuable, especially going into the future. As I had said earlier, one of the challenges we face is how do we set aside land for parts of the city that grew when they didn't set aside as much land? Are we supposed to buy people's houses and knock them down to make parks? It's going to be difficult, really difficult. Okay. And I'd really like to kick that around amongst ourselves. I'd like to be persuaded. I mean, I'm not right on everything, my goodness. Talk to my wife, she'll tell you, okay? The one that I'm very concerned about is the traffic. I mean, it wasn't until last night that it dawned on me, a whole bunch of cars running north on Lowell, waiting to make a left turn onto 92nd, would block the fire station. I hadn't even thought about the fire station until last night. And then I went, oh, boys, how much of a problem is that going to be? I mean, are we going to have double left turn lanes on 88th and for all directions, and 84th, or maybe 86th too? And then how well is traffic going to move through that part with 3 stoplight intersections? I mean, we already know as a fact that Federal's overcrowded right now. It's beyond its design capacity. And yet, are we going to sit here and intentionally gift to future citizens of Westminster an untenable traffic situation? Because the only way to expand the capacity of that road is make it 6-lane. And it was hard enough to get double left turn lanes on 92nd to turn on to 92nd from Federal. We'd have to take people's property again. Now, we were sort of stuck in having some overcapacity on Federal because these pieces of property are owed access. But I think by the number of people we're allowing, we're making it 3 times as bad. And I think if there's a traffic jam on Federal, people are naturally going to seek other ways out, which is then going to put Lowell at risk, and 88th at risk, 92nd at risk. And I'd really love to share with my colleagues how maybe I'm overstating the fear, the problem. So, as I say, to me, this whole last hour we've been doing gives the impression to an outsider that we aren't going to deliberate, that it was a decision already made. And I think the decision should be being made now. And please try to convince me that I'm overworried. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you reiterating what you have shared over the last. We're now physically on 5 different dates that we've been hearing on this. This is by far the longest process that I've had the pleasure of presiding over in this capacity. You talked about fire, that was addressed by the staff. You talked about changing zoning. We talked about that the zoning actually decreases the number of people. You talked about property rights, but when you talk about property rights, you say, are we just giving it away? It's not our property to give away, Councilor Baker. It belongs to the Pillar of Fire. And they've decided that they want to sell that property. So when you talk about debating these things and that we somehow haven't went through a thorough process, I'm kind of scratching my head. Because if that has not been what we've went through over 3 long nights that spanned 5 different dates, I don't know what is. That is part of this process. We listened to the public. We listened to hours of public. We listened to the applicant. We listened to staff. We listened to each other. And now we're at the point where we get to make a decision. Yes, there were changes. That's the way the process works. That's the way our code works. That's the way the system works. So I'm not sure, and I appreciate you wanting more debate, but at this point, I think that we all are pretty solid in where we're at, and I'm not sure what more debate there is to have. Again, you just reiterated the same points you shared with us a couple hours ago, and I don't say that to at all diminish them, but we have to make a decision at some point, and I'm ready to approve this. For the reasons that you've heard from me. I applaud all of the changes that have been made both by staff and the applicant to address the concerns of the community, to make what is going to be a better development. And I hope that this whole process, if passed, lends to an even better development as the developer moves forward if he gets the go ahead from this council. But at this point, I think it's time to make a decision.
I'd like to remind everybody it's our turn to speak, and we need to deliberate so we can get through this. Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councilor Baker, I'd just like to say too that I enjoy that conversation and I enjoy your input on that. I do think that this has been a rather long and arduous process, so I'm sure that everyone would want to stay here longer and talk about it. But I think we've heard a lot. I think we've had opportunities to ask a lot of questions. And you're right, we have to make a motion and then we have to make a discussion on that motion. And I think that's where we're at right now. So I appreciate the thought. and your questions because they're always thoughtful and researched. So thank you. And since I have the mic, the easiest and most expedient thing for me to do is to vote no on this. But I am not here to be expedient or flippant in any way. I take what I do very seriously, and I've listened and read everything. I've also listened to the reasons why, and I also have the foundation of we have a private property owner who has found a willing buyer. I have driven by this site since I had my driver's license in 1974. Don't do the math. And having grown up in North Glen and worked on federal, I've been by this beautiful property for a very long time. And so I understand the hurt that this brings. But I also have to go with the legal ramifications of what's laid out and the rules that we give people to say, if you want to do this, this is what you have to do. If we have this in our plan, if we have a budget for this, you follow these rules and we have a remedy for those rules. And we ask you, though, as an applicant to be part of the process with the community. And I believe this applicant has done this. Is it everything that we want? No. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Does it meet the criteria that are laid out in our code? Yes, it does. We have comp plans and we have rules and we have to take those into consideration. So because of that, I will be voting in favor of this initial amendment.
Councillor Numella.
Thank you. This is definitely not an easy decision to make, given all of the, the voices from the community and just the desire to see a benefit still provided to this residential area within our community that is lacking in key things like parks and neighborhood services. And, with the development of a city and the evolution of a city, there's nothing's more permanent than change. And sometimes that change, this is a pretty big change. This is a very large site. And I think that being able to obtain benefits to the surrounding community is a key element for me when looking at some of these criteria, especially when we're looking at the PLD, and how that's being distributed between actual land and fee and lieu. For me, being able to provide and ensure that view corridors are maintained, that the community loves, that is key. The ability to bring parks to a neighborhood, several neighborhoods that don't have a lot of green space, that is important. I see the opportunity to bring beneficial impacts beyond just the parks. I see an opportunity here to inspire investment along this portion of federal. This is an area that I heard over and over again does not have access to a grocery store, does not have access to key neighborhood services. And with this amount of population growth, this will encourage additional investment, particularly for those retail services. I also see this as an opportunity for a school district that is losing students and for those existing schools that are there. And to see some opportunity for investment into those schools and into those kids that are attending the schools. I agree, this is not the perfect development. Obviously I would have done, I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. But, there are things that I think overall outweigh some of the impacts. And I listed those. I would love just to make sure that as this is a layering of design and improvements and development, and it doesn't just stop with this PDP and this master ODP. As we have as one of our conditions, the developer will be required to bring back the projects. And we will be looking very carefully at those, whether it's the adherence to TMUN design guidelines and principles, or it's how the pedestrian connections and the traffic improvements are implemented. And, those are, yes, there's going to be more people on the streets, but what are we doing as each project comes along to make sure that those are still safe connections? I've, by the way, seen the traffic from the schools when they are, in session, and that peak hour impact to Lowell. So those are considerations that I want to make sure that we continue to take into account with the projects and the street improvements. So, for all of those reasons, and just to keep our watchful eye on this project, I am in support.
Councilor Azadi.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everyone's comments thus far. I agree with everyone. It's possible, I think, to agree with everyone's views here that we did follow a really good process here, and this is my first, so 1 month in, Uplands on the first month, so that's been fun. And I do agree with most of my councilors here that it's time to make a decision. I think we have deliberated. It would have been nice to have a little more deliberation, to Councilor Baker's point, but we have heard the people, we have heard the applicant, we have debated, and I think we have enough information. My stance on this, so I think someone said, was it you, Jeff? I think he said equity is fairness, right? Equity is the goal. Fairness is the goal, right? But equity is the process of getting there. It's making sure that we provide everyone the opportunity to get what they need to succeed, right? And when I evaluate this project, I've lost some sleep on this over the past week. And one of the things that I haven't heard yet, but I'm sure we have all included within our deliberations, is the public comment, right? We are supposed to take that into account in our evaluation per the code. And for me, it's really hard to ignore. I'm not saying that that's what we're doing, but personally, I would feel like I'm ignoring public comment if I was to vote yes on this. The public interest here with this project, it's really on the line, right? So the affordable housing pieces are good if XYZ is actually, if all the terms and conditions as stated in the documents are actually done. The parks would be nice. The business investment, the potential business investment would be nice. But just judging from the past projects of similar size and depth, with promises, with parks here, businesses will come in if we do this, population growth will help the commercial side. It hasn't always turned out. So we would be really hoping and really going on our gut that if we do this, it will help the surrounding community. And I think it's hard to make a decision based off of that. What I like to do is make decisions off of what we know, right? And what we know for sure is that the majority of the population in this area, and really even in other parts of Westminster, don't want this project. And they have their reasons. My reasons, I think I've laid clear. It's really due to safety convenience, mental, so there are mental health benefits of keeping open space also that we haven't really even touched on. But that area is majority minority in this area that we're talking about. The majority low income. They work multiple jobs. I walked a lot of doors in this area during the campaign, and I could tell you that not a single person, not one person ever told me, hey, we really want, Uplands, or we really want a development here, because what they did tell me was what I've heard up here, they want grocery stores. It's a food desert. I'm just not convinced that adding population will resolve the food desert that exists. I think there are other ways that we should explore with intent, right? With some intention to resolve the food desert. This is not the answer to the food desert. This might, we would be hoping and on a promise that maybe if the right conditions. So what we're doing here is saying that maybe if we do this, the right conditions might help to attract grocery stores and other benefits. But again, that's a hope. I think there are tangible things we could do within our budget to really analyze our budget, really slice that down and figure out, do we have money in there? Is there money that exists within the coffers that we have? And I think that there's probably opportunities if we really dissect the budget and make sure that we can deliberately and intentionally and tangibly find money, invest in this area and really in South Westminster overall. I think that because of those reasons, I cannot support this, and I'm a no on this.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Baker, you and I think we've found in our one of our many strategic planning processes that you and I think alike as far as wanting more answers, wanting the data, wanting the numbers, and filling in the gaps, and making sure that we are methodically and logically thinking through our votes. So I can appreciate where you're coming from, and I can appreciate the deliberate process that you request. And I think that after multiple days and multiple hours of listening to this, I have for myself filled in the gaps and asked the questions that I need in order to move forward with a vote. So while I understand that maybe you're not there and maybe you have a different opinion than I do, I can understand where you're coming from. That said, in a public comment, a resident had asked whether or not the three of us that were not asked by Mr. Frankel, and that was on purpose because we have sat here actually 2 years ago, almost in February of 2020, this came before council in a previous hearing. And we had at the time understood that if this had ever come before us in this capacity again, that we would have to give it an unbiased and straightforward, thoughtful, logical process that it requires in order to have a clear vote. And I believe that's why Mr. Frankel had, I don't want to say purposefully, but had skipped three of us that have been on council, Mayor Pro Tem, myself, and Councilor Seymour. And then those who had run for council, it was important that that the applicant, that the residents, that all in Westminster knew that this would be an unbiased or at least purposely thought through process. I want to ensure that to the resident that had brought up that in a public comment that I had given this an unbiased and thoughtful, logical approach. And for the past 2 years that I've been on council, I've carefully considered every vote that has come forward to council. I've listened to resident concerns, the comments, the concerns, and the wishes. I've asked for more information. I have asked for and asked the hard questions and have carefully and thoughtfully processed the information in a meaningful vote for our community and for our residents. And that said, through this hearing, I have carefully considered all sides. And this decision does not come easy for me. It does not come lightly. I ran for council standing on the principle of a strategic approach for growth. And this project is that. This land historically has been put forward for development. It's whether that was slated for 1900s or today, we're focusing on today. And that plan comes to fruition today. Addressing water concerns that had come up, I don't want to put that aside from what our residents have put forward. The applicant has shown in their models that they will be below the threshold of water conservation for this development. And I can assure you that council will make sure that they are adhering to that. That said, I will be for this development. I appreciate everyone that has come forward, from our residents to our business community, to share your thoughts and feelings and how this should be developed. That isn't, for me, myself, put lightly. I appreciate it. I hear you. And I understand the nuances that come with this. So that said, I just want to say I'm putting forward a yes vote, but with caution.
I just want to clarify that my decision is not based on a hope and a prayer that this will provide some benefit to the surrounding community. It includes some basic economic principles of just, adding households and incomes and investment that I think will benefit all of the surrounding area. And but that doesn't mean, and I totally agree with Councilor Azadi, that we don't stop there for investing in the southern portion of the city. There is still more to do. There's still more to do on the site. I hope that we will hear more about attainability efforts and ownership opportunities on the site, but that doesn't mean that we don't need to put more energy into the southern portion of the city. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
For me, Councilor Baker, as we've talked about the 8 pieces that are in our conditions, everybody had a chance to give their input. And I'm not sure what else you wanted. I came here tonight not knowing how any one of the 6 of you felt or what you were going to do tonight. I only knew what sleepless nights and what decisions and what weighed, and that's the reason I went to the site 3 times yesterday and looked at different things, knowing what was in our packets, read all of that, heard all of the testimony, listened to everything of what people came and talked to us about. But I can't vote on emotions. That's not on our criteria. Land use, it's in our comprehensive land use plan. It's a private person that owns this land. It is not open space. It has been open, but it's owned by someone, and they have every right to do whatever they choose to do with it when they want to sell it under what our comprehensive land use plan says. And I can't tell any landowner when it's their time to sell or not sell, or beg them not to sell. So I have to take that as my first and foremost consideration. As I walked and talked to people during the campaign, I said, don't just say you don't want it. Look at the criteria, because this criteria during the night of hearing, and it turned into nights of hearing, we had to hear the things that were on our list, and I appreciate those of you that did, because you then gave us something that we could think about, mull over, ask questions about, and I appreciate that. And I think this isn't over, because we know, we've heard, this is just the beginning, and we'll see these folks in front of us again, and we'll have more input, and the people's voices will be in my head as to the things that they said they do want here, as far as being able to live there. To the applicant, you had quite a much larger vision whenever you first started, from reading everything. I know of the public hearings that you held. We weren't able to listen to them, but from all of that, you came to what you have presented the last 3 nights, 5 nights, whatever it is now, to us. And it tells me you listen also. And it may not be, I've been one of those homes in back of acres of land, and had to decide what could I live with, because I knew that land was going to be developed. And that's what I focused on when I had to face that. And I gave our neighbors, and we came before podiums, and we stuck to 3 things we had to have in order to have the development that's where it's at today. So I know you've been there and you've listened. And I appreciate that, because I know some developers don't go. I can't believe you said you've been in this for 5 years. So that seems like a whole lot of time. But I know, as I said, this process is going to go further. You will be back to us, and we'll have some more tussling with what's going to happen finally. And for me, Mr. Baker, that's where I'm at on all of this, and I will be voting for it. Mr. Baker, or Councilor Baker, would you like to say anything?
As I said in the beginning, I was hoping for something that was I'd really like to engage in the conversation about property ownership and how that fits in a community. Because I'm 100% in favor of honoring individual rights. Okay? But this is about a specific application and not a philosophical argument. And I guess I'm at a loss to know, because I understand that if this is one of the foundational cores you have, and this is a principle that you're very much fighting to uphold and maintain, I don't know if this is the venue because this is about an applicant and his plan. And I was looking for concrete, fact-based, logical points on which to make decisions. Okay, because one thing government shouldn't be is arbitrary and capricious and erratic. That's the last thing government should be. Government should be predictable because other people are going to be looking at this hearing and they're going to be saying, so how does the council weigh and measure projects brought before them? Okay, and I don't know if our deliberations right now, and that's really what we're doing right now. We are actually deliberating and kicking this around. If we're really providing them an insight into that and how we made those decisions come about. So until I have a better way, let's go ahead and vote. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Azadi,
No.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Counselor Nurmela,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Baker, Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the preliminary development plan subject to additional conditions as stated in the first motion for Councilors Bill number 49.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the PDP subject to the additional conditions that have already been read. Is there any discussion? Councilor Baker? Just one vote?
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Counselor Nurmela,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Baker,
No.
Counselor Demott,
Yes.
and Counselor Azadi.
No.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
I move to approve Parcel A Master Official Development Plan subject to additional conditions as stated in the first motion for Councilor Bill number 49.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the parcel A MODP as subject to the additional conditions in Councilor's Bill number 49. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Nurmela,
Yes.
Counselor Seymour,
Yes.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
Counselor Baker,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Counselor Azadi,
No.
and Mayor McNally.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
Attorney Frankel, do we have anything else for tonight?
No, Mayor. That's all.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Is that a threat? Then leave it at that. You might